friends, real quick. We're on a mission to hit 25,000 subscribers by Halloween, and every single sub, like, and comment helps push The Darkest Hour out to a wider audience. And remember, we never have ads in between our stories. So if you enjoy spooky stories and want to help this haunted little corner of YouTube grow, hit that subscribe button because it truly makes a difference. Thank you. Now, on with the show. Last year, I started law school in Los Angeles. I've never lived in a big city before, and I was really excited to be in a massive city with over 4 million people. Ever since I was little, I always knew that I had a half-sister in LA, but my parents had this weird anger towards her that always made me feel like it was a taboo topic. Of course, I had looked her up on social media, and I knew what she looked like, but that was about it. We had never actually met. She was never that active on social media, so there wasn't a lot to see. Out of nowhere one day in my first year of law school, I got a friend request on Facebook from my sister. Her profile picture seemed legitimate, as did her profile. She had Facebook friends. Her pictures were clearly her. She sent me a message inviting me to a little dinner party at a park with her friends. We could finally meet each other after all this time. I was new to the LA area, still am, so I had no idea which parts of the city to avoid at night. I was so excited about the idea, but I had a lot of anxiety about it too. It would be nice if we met, totally clicked, became besties for life. But what if we ended up sobbing like we were in some dramatic movie scene? What if I tried to talk to her, and she just didn't click with me, and she started showing me an attitude? Or worse, what if it's all going well until we have some kind of disagreement? Someone says something hurtful, and then we're both crying in front of everyone. Anyways, a lot of anxiety. Honestly, if she had just suggested a cozy little bakery for desserts instead, I probably would have gone. But going to a park with other people, it didn't feel right. I thought it was like a precious moment that I didn't want to have in front of all these other people. I couldn't bring myself to go. I didn't want to risk having a meltdown in front of other people, and I was worried about how messy it could get. A few weeks later, I Googled that park just to see what it was like. Maybe we could meet up, just one-on-one. And that's when I learned something was wrong. I won't say the name of the park, but anyone who's ever lived in LA for long enough will tell you that it's not a safe place for girls to be having a dinner party at night. The area surrounding the park has a very high violent crime rate. It's controlled by gangs. Even people who do illegal business in that park are forced to pay a tax to the gangs in exchange for being left alone. So, now I was really concerned and curious. I actually tried to get a hold of my sister myself. She was an undergrad at the time at a local college. I had a friend who went to her school. I asked my friend to reach out to her on campus, asked if she'd be okay with meeting with us. They connected, and the three of us met at my friend's house. It was great. We got along so well. My friend was also really happy to do that for us. The three of us had so much fun. We weren't just bursting into tears, but we let out a few. We had dinner, we watched a movie, and spent the night at my friend's house. When I told my sister about that whole thing, she said that she hadn't used Facebook since high school. So clearly, someone was impersonating her. I would have told her to report the fake account, but it was already deleted. She knew that she'd been impersonated on social media, though. Another one of her friends had been scammed by someone pretending to be her. It was some scheme involving fake concert tickets or something. Someone had been impersonating my sister. They knew that I was in town, and they literally tried to lure me into one of the most dangerous parts of LA at night. I have no idea what their motives were. I don't know if I even want to find out. Meeting my sister after all these years was a beautiful thing, but the whole backdrop was terrifying. In 2011, I was desperate to find a new place to live. I'd just moved across the country for school and was running out of patience and money, crashing on a friend's couch. Rent in the city was already stupid expensive, so when I saw a Craigslist ad for a basement room for $400 a month, I jumped on it. The ad was short, almost too short. Private room, separate entrance, utilities included. No photos, just a phone number. The guy on the other end introduced himself as Paul. He said that he owned the house and that I could swing by the next day to look at the room. I didn't think anything of it. Lots of people posted bare-bones listings back then. And there was no way I was going to pass up that price. The house was in a quiet neighborhood, an older place with peeling paint and overgrown hedges. I knocked on the front door and this man in his late 40s answered. He was plain-looking, clean but pale, like he spent a lot of time indoors. "You must be here for the room," he said, smiling just enough to show his teeth. I followed him around the side gate and down a few concrete steps to the basement door. The air immediately smelled damp and stale, like a mix of wet cardboard and bleach. When we walked inside, I tried to keep my face neutral. The suite was basically one long hallway with low ceilings. The bedroom was at the far end, bare except for a twin mattress on the floor and a dresser that looked like it had been dragged from a garage sale. But what struck me was the door. On the inside of the bedroom, there was a heavy metal padlock, not like a deadbolt or a chain, but a latch meant for big locks. I pointed at it and tried to make a joke, something like, "I guess you really don't want anyone stealing stuff, huh?" He didn't laugh, he just said, "Sometimes tenants want extra privacy." That sat wrong with me. Privacy was one thing, but who installs a lock that keeps you inside? We moved on, and he insisted on showing me a small storage room at the back. The door was painted the same color as the wall, like it was meant to blend in. He flicked on the light and motioned me inside. It was just a narrow space, maybe the size of a walk-in closet, with shelves stacked with paint cans and tools. But the strange part was how the door clicked when it closed. There was no switch inside, just 4 walls and a bare bulb overhead. For a second, I honestly thought he had locked me in. My chest tightened, every nerve screamed that I was in the wrong place with the wrong person. I pushed at the door before he even had a chance to say anything, muttering something about needing fresh air. He stepped back like it was no big deal. But the look in his eyes wasn't amused. It was disappointment. We went back to the main room, and he asked if I wanted to sit down, get a feel for the space. He gestured at the mattress, like he expected me to try it out. I told him I needed to check out a couple more places before deciding. And that's when his tone shifted. "Places like this don't stay open long," he said. "People appreciate how quiet it is down here." I thanked him for the tour, already backing toward the door, and he stood there smiling while I left. When I got outside, I realized how badly my hands were shaking. I didn't even wait for the bus. I walked 3 blocks before calling a cab, glancing over my shoulder the entire time. Later that night, I checked Craigslist again. The ad was gone, not updated and not reposted, just vanished. I don't know what Paul's deal was. Maybe he was really just an odd landlord with terrible decorating sense. But the padlock, the storage room with no switch, the way he wanted me to sit down, it all felt really bad. I've thought about it a lot since then. How easy it would have been to brush off my instincts. How quick I was to laugh at things that weren't funny. And how different the ending might have been if I hadn't shoved past him in the storage room. So, Paul, with your cheap basement rental and your padlocks, let's never meet again. This happened just last night, and I'm still rattled enough that I need to get it out of my system. My husband and I are on vacation in Mexico. We've honestly been having the best time. Good food, warm nights, friendly people. But this shook me, and I'm definitely reevaluating how seriously I take hotel security. We'd just come back from dinner and walked into our room, set our bags down, kicked off our shoes, and started talking about what we wanted to do tomorrow. We had the Do Not Disturb tag hanging on the handle outside, and we'd only been in the room for a couple of minutes when there was a knock at the door. It wasn't loud, more like a light knock, followed by a man's voice saying something in Spanish. I don't speak much Spanish, but the tone was like someone trying to sound official, almost like room service. My husband and I looked at each other, confused. A moment later, another knock. We hadn't made a sound since walking in. I mouthed to my husband to just wait. It felt off somehow. Then, as he walked toward the door, we both heard it. The unmistakable click of a keycard, unlocking the door. And just like that, it opened. I swear my heart nearly stopped. A man, dirty clothes, scruffy, not in any kind of hotel uniform, was suddenly 2 feet inside our room. My husband slammed his hand against the door before it could swing further, and for a split second, the man looked just as startled as we did. He started rambling in Spanish, and I caught the word Wi-Fi. Then in broken English, he asked if the Wi-Fi was down. My mind was racing. Wi-Fi? At 9 at night? And why our room? How did he access our room? Why did he have a key? I said quickly, "It's fine, Wi-Fi works," hoping it would make him leave faster. My husband didn't move his hand from the door until the man finally turned away and disappeared down the hall. The second the door shut, we engaged the deadbolt and chain lock. We should have done it the moment we came in, but we'd been distracted unpacking. Now I couldn't believe that we'd been so careless. We sat there going over it in disbelief. This wasn't some innocent mix-up. He knocked, he waited, got no response, and then let himself in. If my husband hadn't been right there, if we'd been in bed, if we'd come back a half hour later, my stomach knots up thinking about what could have happened. We reported it to the front desk immediately, and to their credit, they seemed to take it seriously, moving our rooms even. But it doesn't change how shaken up I am about it. Back in 2010, I was working with a photography company that did church directories. We were on the road constantly, driving from one small town to the next, setting up in church basements and community halls. That week, my team was in Atlantic, Iowa, just a half hour from Harlan. We were all staying at this little roadside hotel. I guess it would be your typical roadside, sort of smelled like chlorine from the pool, make your own waffle bar. It was fine. There were 4 of us on the crew, 2 guys, another girl, and me. We each had our own room, but we'd eat breakfast together, hang out in the evenings when we weren't working. One morning I went down for breakfast earlier than usual. It was quiet except for one man sitting alone at a corner table. I gave my standard friendly good morning, because that's just how I am. He looked up, smiled, and said good morning back. We exchanged a couple of comments about the news on TV, and he mentioned he was staying there with a construction crew for a project outside of town. I was halfway out the door when I tossed a polite, "Have a good one, see you around." Just something you say in passing, right? Apparently not to him. Later that morning, when I went back up to my room to nap before our shift, the phone in my room started ringing. The landline. At first I ignored it, but it kept ringing, so I finally picked it up. "Hello?" Silence. A couple of breaths, maybe, but no words. It hung up. This happened again and again. Finally, I just took the receiver off the hook so it would stop. I figured it was a glitch or some bored kid prank calling rooms. When I left for work, I opened my door and nearly ran into him in the hallway. He was just standing there, like he'd been waiting. I gave him a quick wave, trying not to seem rude. He asked where I was going, and I told him I had to work. Right then, my female coworker pulled up in her car, and I left with her. Later, she mentioned that she'd gotten a few weird calls in her room, just like I had. That night, there was a thunderstorm rolling through. Tornado warnings, heavy rain, the whole Midwest package. We stood in the lobby for a while, watching lightning crack across the sky. That guy was there too, but he didn't say anything, just watched. I went up to my room after that, planning to get some sleep. A little while later, knock, knock, knock. It was him. I cracked the door just enough to see him. He said, "You said we could hang out?" I told him I was exhausted after work and needed to sleep, that I don't recall saying that, and I shut the door. My heart was pounding. Another knock came later. I didn't answer this time. Instead, I called my mom on my cell phone, whispering about what was happening, like I could keep it less real if I didn't say it too loudly. While I was on the phone, I got this uneasy feeling. I tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. He was standing there, staring at my door. Then he leaned in, like he was trying to hear if I was inside still. My stomach dropped. What was he doing? And then it seemed to get worse. He stepped just out of sight, into a little indented alcove by the doorframe. I could still see the edge of him, though, because he leaned his head around the corner, listening, waiting. I whispered to my mom, "He's outside my door." Eventually, I called the front desk. Turns out my coworker had already complained about the calls to her room. Management spoke with the construction crew's supervisor, and the guy was told to stay away from us. They even moved me and my friend to different rooms. I never saw him again after that, but I can still picture him leaning into the hallway, corner, head tilted toward my door, trying to hear into my room. I think about how all of this started because I said, "See you later," over breakfast. So to the man who thought that was an invitation, it wasn't. This happened in summer 2010 in Vancouver, British Columbia. I'd gone there with my best friend for a long weekend to check out some of the nightlife and visit a few friends. At the time, I was in my early 20s, pretty reckless, and more willing to throw myself into a party scene without thinking too hard about the consequences. That Friday night, we ended up at Celebrities Nightclub on Davie Street, which was the spot back then. The music was loud, drinks were cheap, and the energy was perfect. Wild, but great. I'd been bouncing around the dance floor, circling back to check on my friend, and eventually I wandered into the bathroom to cool off. That's where I noticed a guy leaning against the wall near the sinks. Mid-30s, glasses, average build. Someone you might expect to see working in an office, not necessarily prowling a nightclub bathroom. He gave me a little smile that immediately put me on edge, but I told myself, don't be rude. We exchanged a few words, and then he asked casually if I wanted to do some coke with him. This wasn't the first time I'd been offered that in a bathroom, and at the time, I was already pretty tipsy, not exactly making great decisions. When I hesitated, he added, "I live right near here, just a quick walk. We'll do a couple lines, have a drink, then head back." Without really thinking, I agreed. We walked a few blocks through the West End while he asked me questions, where I was from, my age, if I'd ever been to Vancouver before. I asked his age, but he brushed it off and said that we'd just arrived. His apartment was on the second floor of an older building. A narrow metal staircase led us to his door. He unlocked it, let me inside, and then quickly shut it behind us, locking it with a key. Something about the way the lock clicked, It made my stomach drop. Inside the place, it felt bigger than it looked from outside. Open layout, small kitchen, couch near the door, and a hallway with a few closed doors painted black. He drew the shades, handed me a drink, and with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes, he said, "You've got a great body. Would you mind if I took some before photos of you before we party?" Every alarm bell went off in my head. I thought of Dahmer's Polaroids, of news stories about people vanishing without a trace. I laughed nervously, trying to play it off, but my heart was hammering. He disappeared into one of the rooms in the back, locking it behind him. The moment he was gone, I dumped the drink in the sink, put on my shirt, and bolted for the door. But when I tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. That's when I heard his voice behind me. "What are you doing?" He was standing there with a professional camera hanging from his neck, holding a mirror dusted with powder. I mumbled something about needing to get back to the club, offering to exchange numbers, but his demeanor shifted. His smile twisted into a glare. "Sit down, now." I froze, and then I did the only thing I could think of. I started screaming, as loud as I could, banging on the walls, the door, anything that might get a neighbor's attention. "Shut up," he hissed, running towards me. He fumbled with the locks, finally yanked the door open and barked, "Get out." I didn't wait. I sprinted down the stairs, vaulted over the railing, and ran until my lungs burned. I eventually spotted a cab and begged the driver to take me back to Davy Street. When I got to the club, my friends were still dancing. Oblivious to how close I'd come to being a headline, I didn't tell them that night. I was too embarrassed at how stupid I'd been. It wasn't until years later, reading stories on this very subreddit, that I realized just how much danger I'd been in. This was a long time ago, about 25 years ago. I had tree trimmers out at my house for the last 2 days. I lived alone at the time. I did have the presence of mind to set out some men's shoes on the porch, but after being there for 2 days, for someone who was paying attention, it was pretty obvious I was a single woman. The night the crew finished up, I was upstairs in bed. It was late, around 1 a.m. My car was in the driveway. My bedroom light was on, so it was obvious someone was home. I was in bed reading when I heard a noise downstairs. It was a familiar noise, but I couldn't quite place it. I laid there listening and heard it again, followed by the sound of things falling onto the floor. It hit me then what the noise was. One of my window screens being pushed open, followed by books that I had lined up along the windowsill, falling. I was totally frozen in fear for a minute, just laying there, all of my senses on high alert. Then I heard another thumping noise, what I assume was the sound of feet landing on the wooden floor. There was someone in my fucking house. That's when I grabbed the bat that I had next to the bed, and I grabbed the phone. This was before cell phones, back in the times of landlines and cordless phones, and that's when I realized I'd left the cordless downstairs. I locked my bedroom door and started screaming that I knew they were in there, that I had a gun, and I was on the phone with the police. I proceeded to pretend like I was on the phone with 911. I opened my bedroom window and removed the screen, getting it ready in case I had to jump out my window. I don't know if it was me opening the window, maybe my screaming, but something set off my neighbor's dog. They started barking and moving around, which turned on the motion sensor lights in my neighbor's backyard. I went to stand at my door with my ear pressed against it listening, still continuing my fake 911 conversation. It was an old house with wood, creaky stairs, so if they started up the stairs, I'd hear them. It was dead silent. And then I heard scuffing noises, the sound of the window downstairs rattling, followed by the sound of someone running beneath my bedroom window. Something scared him off, and he jumped back out the same window he came in. I went to my window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. Whether it was me yelling that I was armed, pretending like the police were on their way, or the dogs, I'll never know. I had to get the cordless phone to call the police. I knew where it was, sitting on the kitchen table. I stood there listening for a long, long time, looking terrified. I really thought that I might have a heart attack. I was shaking. My heart was beating fast. I had so much adrenaline running through my body. Finally, I unlocked my door, had my bat at the ready, and crept down the stairs, into the kitchen, grabbed the phone, and then I took off, running up the stairs. I locked the door and called 911, waiting until they arrived. I walked with them while they inspected the house. The window in the study was standing open, the screen removed. Books I'd had lined up along the window were scattered on the ground. It was damp out, and there were bits of dirt and leaves on the floor from someone's shoes. Outside the window was a step stool taken from my garage. I'll never forget seeing the bits of leaves and mud on the floor. It was proof that someone had actually been in my house. He'd been standing in my study. He knew I was home when he made entry. One of the first things the cops asked was if I'd had any work done on the house recently. Tree trimmers. I'm sure it was one of them. They'd been around for 2 days, long enough to get the general idea of the house layout and to ascertain I was a single female. I was so scared after that to stay in my house. I felt so incredibly lucky he got scared off, but what if he came back? I felt violated, and I was angry. I spent the next few months either staying with my mom or having someone stay at the house with me. The only reason that window was unlocked was because the lock was broken. I had that fixed, and for extra insurance, I put nails in it so that they would block the window from being opened. I would have installed a security system, but I simply couldn't afford it at the time. The company was contacted, but there was no proof that it was anyone from their crew, so there wasn't a whole lot that anyone could do. Anyway, that was terrifying to me. To be a young woman alone in her house at night and hearing someone climb through a window, it makes you feel incredibly vulnerable. I'm very, very lucky. If I hadn't been awake, I wouldn't have heard him, and things may have ended very differently. I was really into hitchhiking in California many years ago. 99% of the drivers were super cool, and I made great memories. And then about 1 in 100 drivers were creepy as fuck, and just really weird. So many crazy stories. The craziest and creepiest was on a month-long hitchhiking trip up and down the 101. In the middle of the night, I got picked up by a van. Almost immediately when I entered the car, I got some yellow flags. Trash everywhere, a rancid stank, and the guy was morbidly and visually unclean. I tried to make a little small talk and introduced myself as usual, but he didn't respond, just kept driving. Red flag number 1 was the first thing this dude said to me in a dead-ass serious tone. It was, "Haven't been a lot of murders this year, have there?" I nervously laughed and started thinking about an exit plan. Red flag number 2 was I realized the van doors had been locked and the locks had been cut off. They were the pop up and down door locks, and they were just chopped down, so I couldn't unlock the door. I started freaking out a little bit, and he was also driving really fast. I ended up faking like I was sick and about to throw up. I got him to pull over, but he didn't turn off the car or unlock the doors. I frantically climbed back into the back of the van and jimmied the trunk open. I then sprinted into the forest. Still gives me chills to think about that encounter to this day. 100% the creepiest encounter of my life. Dude had such an angry yet quiet energy about him. Unfortunately, I was far from home, so technically had to hitchhike back. After I ran into the woods, I was so freaked out because I thought that he might run after me. He didn't drive away, just stalled on the side of the highway. So I just kept running deeper into the redwoods, frantically trying to find a house. I ended up running into a property, finally, and there was a half-finished house and some dude smoking a cigar. He calmed me down and made me some soup, told me I could sleep under his partially finished house, which was funny since it was pretty much just a few boards and no roof. In the morning, I helped him nail a few planks, and then we headed back to the highway, still a little shook from the night. After that last trip, I never hitchhiked again. I came home and was like, yep, I'm good. Hitchhiking is fun to some degree, but there's always a percentage of serious danger. And these days, it's only grown bigger. This encounter was in early 2000s, so the dude might still be out there, cruising for hitchhikers. Looking back on it and really thinking about everything, it feels almost obvious I either ran into an actual serial killer or a wannabe one. My son and I live on a ground floor apartment. The unit isn't ideal. I would have preferred one on a higher level, but those are 2 or 3 bedroom apartments, bigger, more expensive ones, way out of my price range. It was a miracle I barely got us into this one with my income. Rent in Denver is astronomical, and I don't make enough to be able to save much after bills. To compensate for my day job's pay, I had to get a night one. Usually this gets me home by 4. I've learned to function off of a few hours of sleep and converted my religious views from agnostic to coffee. I love it almost as much as I love my son. Hell, coffee allows me the ability to be a good mom. It's kept my mind sharp and engaged. Who's tired? Not me. But in all seriousness, I've been on this schedule for 6 months, and it's all started to creep up on me. I thought I was slowly starting to lose my mind. The tiny little hallucinations I'd experienced, they were all part of sleep deprivation. I got used to the shadow people standing in my peripherals, hearing disembodied voices. At the beginning, I'd have to verbally remind myself they're not real, I'm just tired. But eventually I could ignore them like I did the other interlopers I'd walk past on the sidewalk. A few nights ago, I got home from work and saw someone looking in my son's bedroom window. That's what I thought. It faces out the back of our apartment, and there's a tall bush that almost touches the glass. The path I take from the parking lot leads me around the side of the apartment, and I saw them standing in between the bush and the wall. But when I did a double take, the figure standing there was gone. I deduced it to being another shadow man that I'd got close to catching a peek at. In my foggy brain, it was humorous, but after getting whatever small amount of sleep I got, I remembered the slow shadow man, and it didn't strike me as funny anymore. While my son ate breakfast, I decided to go outside and take a look around. I'm glad I did. I found a pair of big footprints under my son's window. I'd say they were work boots based on the shape and size and tread. When I went back inside, I went into his room and pulled up the blinds to see that the wood frame of his window looked like its alignment was off. Like one side was pushed up a smidge more than the other. The window opened straight up and down like a ghillie. It's heavy, too. My son knows not to touch the window. So I went back outside, this time with a kitchen chair. I'm pretty short, and I needed to get a better view of the outside window pane. The bush outside had done its fair share of scratching, nicks on the glass and the paint closest to its reach. As I was about to step off the chair back down to the dirt, I used the wood pane to balance my movement and it was by sheer coincidence that my finger brushed across an exceptionally prominent scrape in the wood. It was deep, and the wood was splintered. I climbed back onto the chair and looked at where my hand had just been. I don't know how I missed it with my first scan, but when I looked again, there were clear indications that someone had tried to jimmy the window open with something sharp. Had these been there before we moved in, or did it just happen the night before? I don't believe the person I saw when I came home was a figment of my imagination. I think I caught someone in the act of trying to break into my 8-year-old son's bedroom in the middle of the night. I didn't want to scare him or let him know anything was wrong, but I needed to know if he'd seen or heard anything out of the ordinary. So I asked him, was it loud when the shrub outside his window sways around in the wind against the window? And this I can't explain past a mother's bond with her son, but I swear we had some sort of telepathic thing going on, because when he moved his eyes that were fixed on his breakfast up to me, his whole expression acted as if I'd stumbled upon a little secret of his, and he just looked at me with his eyebrows all raised but didn't say anything. So I asked, what's wrong? And he just started crying. He told me about how he thought the plant was talking to him, that it sounded like Elmo. Its branches would scrape up against the glass and ask him to come out and play, but he'd always say that he couldn't, that he had to go back to bed. How many times had this happened? I asked. He put up his pointer finger, adding that the bush wouldn't talk to him in the daytime. Then he says he figured out that it was a man, and he just started renting the bushes to live in. All of this seemed like it checked out well and good for my son, but the man continued to tap on the window. Now not behind a disguise, but as a new neighbor who didn't have any friends. My son still refused, so the guy started asking if he could come into the apartment to hang out. He tells the man, I'll have to ask my mom, but that made the guy so angry that he put a knife up to the window, showing it to my son. When my son tells me what he said, the cute adolescent mispronouncing of words he's never heard puts me in a cold sweat, because it's like, in my head I'm going, I know what you're trying to say, but I can't believe that's actually what you're saying. He used cuss words and said that if I tell anyone he's there, he'll boochar my mom when she leaves for work. Mom, what does boochar mean? I enunciated the difficult tch sound and asked, do you mean butcher? He nods his head yes. He couldn't remember how long the man had been visiting his window. He'd been trying to pretend like he was asleep, staying very still when the guy would arrive, but he can hear him messing with the window every night until he wakes up again. I was distraught and heartbroken that I'd put my son in such a scary situation. It would have only been a matter of time until that guy found a way inside. Even more scary is that he knows my schedule. He knew my son was alone in the apartment. He'd been watching me leave for work every night. I called in sick, kept him home from school that day. I was embarrassed, and I didn't want him telling the teachers the story. I got in contact with a police officer who came over and inspected the window and the bush. They found remnants of someone being there, a meth pipe, a knife. The discovery made me sick to my stomach. They said that they'd be sending patrol cars out to check on the apartment throughout the week, but I wasn't going to risk leaving my son there anymore. I considered borrowing a gun, waiting for the man to show up again. But I knew that would only incite more trauma for my son, especially if I had to pull the trigger. So for the last week, our new schedule has consisted of him going to work with me, sleeping in the back seat of the car until my shift is over. Every night I park in full view of our security cameras, and I'm always walking outside to check. He knows if there's ever an emergency, he can run in at any time. Thankfully, though, he's been able to sleep throughout the night. This alternative routine It puts a ton more work on me, trying to get us both up and ready. But it's worth it if it's going to keep my son safe. Right now, I'm just trying to take it day by day. I don't really have a plan past this one. I know sleeping in the car isn't the best for him, but it's our only option, at least until I can think of something better. Any suggestions would be appreciated. Someone tried to kidnap me on my way home. I was right next to my house, literally the other side of a fence. I could see my front door. They never caught him. Girls my age and similar looking all had stories like mine over the years, and the guy they described was aging appropriately. Carried on for 6 years, and then it stopped. When I was with my ex, her daughter would constantly walk around corners to cut behind us and wasn't getting how quick it could happen. So I asked her one day if I could pick her up when she stepped behind Mummy, just to see how quick we vanished. I hated scaring her, but she said yes. I scooped her up and stepped behind a wall with her. She never cut behind us again. I'd have loved to have left her as a kid without that fear, but she'd do it in a crowded place in city centers, and I'd just rather scare her than have something bad happen to her. I may have escaped my bad situation, but I was lucky. I've seen a man hit a woman as they were in their car, which had pulled off the side of the road onto the shoulder. I'd stopped to make a left turn as I witnessed this. I'm the type of lady who will help out another woman in a time of need. I'll stand up for her, even knowing that domestic violence situations are volatile. This woman had been sitting in the back seat of a beat-up old car, while the man punched her head. By the time I pulled my truck onto the side street and parked it, I could see him leaning over the driver's seat and pummeling something. His fists were flying as the F-bombs exploded. I crossed the intersection and then belted out, "Hey, cuz," a term we use in Hawaii for a guy you don't know. "What the do you think you're doing?" I have a set of lungs that can be heard 50 miles away, I've been told. This caught him off guard for a moment and he stopped punching. He looked at me and said that he was looking for something in the back seat. I said, "No way, cuz. I was watching you from the time that I pulled across the street." It was about this time that the woman in the back seat sat up. Her face was bloodied, and I could tell that her nose was broken. The guy said this was none of my business and to leave them alone. I walked to the back door of the car and opened it. I'm 5'4" and 115 pounds. The punk guy looked the same as me. The young woman in the back seat was even more petite. I figured he only had his fists and mouth for weapons. Me too, along with a 16-ounce hammer that I shoved in the back of my shorts that he couldn't see. I motioned for the girl to get out of the car. I needed my hands free in case this guy decided to test his luck in punching me. She slowly made her way out. The guy kept screaming at her to get in the car and that it was none of my business. I calmly told him that I'd been the girl in the back seat before, and it was my business now. He fled the scene with the back door of the car flailing open. Not before I got the license plate number, though. I talked with the girl as I helped her into my truck, drove her to the hospital. There was a language barrier. She spoke no English, and I spoke no Filipino. So I kept saying everything will be better. I offered her my cell phone to call family before I left her at the emergency room. I also called 911 so the police could get that guy. I read that he was arrested a few days later. I never knew what brought on the abuse. I just knew what I saw, and I was not going to allow that young woman to be beaten up by a guy for any reason, nor will I ever. When I got to my friend's home much later than I said and told him what happened, he just looked at me like I was crazy. I'm the first to admit that I am, partially. For intervening, he said, I should have just dialed 911. Perhaps I should have, but that girl could have ended up dead in a lava tube somewhere instead of the emergency room. So, much aloha to you all, and always, always look to the light. I enjoy a beer at a bar by myself from time to time, either just to be alone or maybe chat with a bartender if they're feeling social. Occasionally I'll get some unwanted attention, but usually a casual mention of my boyfriend gets folks to buzz off without issue. One time I was at this little dive bar by my house. A guy sat next to me and started chatting with me. Friendly stuff, nothing too forward. Didn't even catch his name. Then he goes, "You live at..." Named my address. "Yes? Unit number 1, on the corner." I lived in an apartment complex. My unit was indeed number 1, on the corner. I'd never seen this man before. I got a sinking, "this isn't good" feeling. "No," I replied. "I'm sorry. You must have mistaken me for someone else." His demeanor changed immediately. He twisted towards me with this really annoyed look. He responded, "No, I see you. I always see you. You live there." His tone was this mix of frustrated and offended. He was just glaring at me, waiting for me to respond. I bumbled out, "Nope, I don't live there," one more time. I paid my bill and I bounced. I was too nervous to go home, so I went to a friend's who gave me some pepper spray, just in case. Thankfully, I never saw him again. I moved out of that apartment soon after, which I was already considering, but this gave me the push. My guess or hope was that he lived nearby and just lacked social skills. But the way he said, "I always see you," still gives me chills. I was 12 years old, walking less than 2 blocks home. I was new to town. A man stopped his car and got out, walking towards me. He didn't have on any pants. I took off running towards the house that he was parked in front of. There was just a glass door. I opened it, screaming, "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm home." I had no idea if it belonged to the man who was following me, but I didn't want him to be able to follow me home, so I took a chance. I weaved my way through the house to the back door, ran through it, hurtling over shrubs until I got to another street. From there, I didn't hear anyone behind me, so I ran home. I was afraid to look back, too scared that the brief time that it would take to do that would be the exact time that it would take for him to catch up with me. I made it home and locked the doors. Now I know some people don't find these stories very scary, but I ask you, what do you think would have happened if that guy had gotten a hold of me? Is that not something that nightmares are made of? This happened last winter. I was driving home from a late shift around 2 a.m. on a stretch of Colorado highway that cuts through mostly empty terrain. The snow had been coming down all evening, not the soft, pretty kind either. This was heavy, blinding. Thick flakes, the kind that swallows everything. Visibility was garbage, but I didn't want to spend the night at work. I just wanted my bed. I knew the road. I'd driven it tired before, and in worse weather. That kind of false confidence is probably what got me into trouble. It happened so fast. One second I was doing maybe 45, radio low, eyes on the dark edge of the road, and the next, the back of the car kicked out from under me. I didn't even register the ice until it was too late. I spun once, maybe twice. Everything blurred. I remember the scream of the tires and then the weightless, floaty feeling as the car left the shoulder. I went down an embankment. There was a hard impact, and then a roll, and then another. When everything finally stopped, The silence is violent. I was upside down, still strapped in, my arms hanging, head pressed against the ceiling. The world was sideways. Broken glass sparkling all around me in the light from the dome bulb, which was flickering like it couldn't decide if it wanted to stay alive or not. I didn't move right away. I think I was in shock. I kept blinking, trying to understand what I was seeing. The snow outside had this soft blue glow, but inside the car, everything was shadows and pain. And then the panic hit. I started checking my arms, legs, ribs, head. Nothing was broken, but my left leg was pinned at a weird angle between the center console and the dash. It felt like it was on fire. My chest hurt from the seatbelt, and I had blood in my mouth from biting my tongue. I tried the horn and nothing. Radio dead. I reached for where I thought my phone had been, but it was gone, somewhere in the mess. Or maybe it flew out during the roll. I remember swearing under my breath over and over, trying not to scream. And then the realization, no one saw me crash. It hit like a weight. There was no traffic, no streetlights, just darkness, snow, silence. I was off the road enough that unless someone literally stopped and looked down the embankment, they wouldn't see the car. And snow was surely already starting to fill in the tire tracks. I yelled anyway, just out of instinct. My voice sounded so small, dead on the snow. I started trying to twist free. The seatbelt had locked tight and I couldn't reach the release without making the pain in my legs spike. I grabbed onto the ceiling and pulled until I could get enough leverage to unclip. I dropped hard onto the roof. From there, it was a blur of pain and desperation. I reached into the back, digging under junk until I found a tire iron. I used it to smash out the passenger side window, to crawl through. It took 3 tries, and the sound, it hurt. Everything hurt. Cold air rushed in, snowflakes swirling in like they'd been waiting for an invitation from me. I crawled out, dragging my leg behind me. My heart was pounding. The slope was steep, and the snow made everything slick. It took everything I had to get up to that highway. When I finally reached the edge of the road, I just collapsed on the shoulder, half buried in the drift. I remember watching the road and thinking, this is where I die, on the side of a road that I've driven 100 times. Then a pair of headlights. A car slowed. I couldn't even wave. I just held up my hand. The guy pulled over and sprinted to me, said he almost missed me completely. Paramedics said I was lucky. Mild hypothermia, sprained leg, concussion, nothing permanent. But it stuck with me. I keep an emergency kit in the trunk of my car now. Thermal blanket, flashlights, flares, snacks, portable charger, even a whistle. And I don't drive tired. Not in the snow. Not in the dark. Not anymore. Because no matter how well you know the road, when a storm comes, you're just a passenger, and you don't control anything. I was working at a hospital as a waiter. One of the rooms was off limits, or a nurse had said that a guy was dead in there. Some rooms were single and others were double. It looked like this was a double. So I thought, well, the other guy might need food. I went in. It was a single, and there was a guy in there. I'd never really seen a dead person before. I didn't know what to do. I set the food down anyway. This guy rises up in bed and looks at me. I almost shit myself. Was I dead? I don't know. I'll get a nurse. I walked the hell out of the room. I found the nurse who'd originally told me not to go in there. I interrupted her as she was reprimanding me. That guy is alive. and talking to me. She didn't believe me. And then a bunch of alarms started going off in his room. I saw like 5 nurses rush into his room. I had a job to do, so I planned on following up with what happened. He died. Again. I can't believe 23andMe filed for bankruptcy. Well, I can because the business wasn't able to maintain a returning customer base, myself included. So I guess I'm partially to blame. I used it once and was able to find some relatives on Facebook from this ancestry list. I also uncovered a family secret on my mother Tilly's side. It was one that brought tears to her eyes when I told her about my knowledge of it. But really, after that rare bombshell, I didn't have a need to continue my subscription with 23andMe. What I got out of it was worth way more than the subscription cost anyway. And I'm not talking about the bells and whistles. I'm talking, again, this product was pretty cut and dry in the way that it works. My name leads to my mom and dad's. My dad, Rick, has a column showing his 3 brothers. My mom, Tilly, has her column where it's listed a Claudette Marie as my mom's sister. The date of her birth was 5 years before my mom's. It also listed her as deceased, and if my math was correct, my mom would have been 11 or 12 at the time. I had never heard of this Claudette, but I also had never heard of my mom having a sibling. All I ever knew that she was an only child growing up. At least that's what she'd always told me and my dad. If anyone would know, I guess it would be him. They were high school sweethearts, and you can't spend 20 plus years together and just not tell someone you had a sister, especially a sister you grew up with, for more than the first 10 years of your life. So, I asked him. He was the first one I asked, only because he was the first paternal unit I came across on my hunt for answers. It was as simple as, Dad, does Mom have a sister? He says, no. When my mom came home from work that night, I told her that I did a 23andMe thing, and I told her the results showed her having a sister named Claudette. Right when I said the name, she froze like a deer in headlights. I unintentionally cracked the code to a repression, one that she'd been working on for years, filing it far, far back, because when that memory cabinet opened, I could see the crash in her eyes. It was Dad's curious excitement that sent her over the edge when he jumped in with, "How did I never know this, Tilly?" His inflection insinuated that his feelings were hurt from her secrecy. And that's when the waterworks started, and she collapsed at the dining room table, like a criminal in an interrogation room. She at first got really defensive and mad, deflecting the question, telling me that the websites were a scam to try to sell my identity. I know my mom's tactics well, and said, yeah, maybe, but who's Claudette? Seeing how greatly that name affected her the first time that I used it, I decided to try again to invoke a confession, and it did. But what she told us had me and my dad on the edge of our seat the whole time. We heard a whole other part of my mom's life that neither of us could have believed was real if we hadn't heard it from the horse's mouth ourselves. My mom did, in fact, have a sister named Claudette, though she went by Audie, and she did die when my mom was 12. It was such a dramatic incident for the family. They couldn't afford a licensed therapist, and after a year of my mom going through mental and emotional gymnastics over Audie's death, she possibly received some terrible advice from a school counselor nonetheless, when they told her to pretend that she never had a sister, and therefore hadn't lost a sister. Block out the feelings and distract herself with a hobby whenever she felt those thoughts creep in. We were shocked at the horrible guidance that she was given as a child, but she was somehow able to do it. Forget about Audie, move to her aunt and uncle's in Denver, a suggestion made by the same counselor to her parents, wondering if Tilly had anyone she could stay with while her parents were getting Audie's room cleared out. And her parents were on board, as it was expressed to them a dire necessity for Tilly's overall well-being. They'd already lost one daughter. They didn't want to risk losing both girls, and Tilly was shipped off at the end of that week. My mom says in the long run, that really worked out for her, because a few years later, she'd meet my dad at Northfield, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. So, lucky me. And don't get me wrong, Mom, I'm grateful to be alive and all, but the silent, continued stare we gave my mom politely encouraged her to touch upon what we'd really sat down to discuss. After an unbearably long pause of anticipation, my mom tells us that when Audie was alive, she picked up some books on witchcraft and started practicing spells. There's white magic and black magic. White magic aims to bring positive change, heal, and overall assist others, while black magic is often for harm, control, manipulation, and it's selfish. She was experimenting with black magic, seeking vengeance on a classmate, one that had recently done her dirty. Audie made a shrine in her closet in their room. Tilly also stayed in that room, and her side of the bed was against the wall of the closet. The foot of her bed pointed toward the closet door, and at night, after their parents were fast asleep, she'd watch Audie reach her arm back behind the headboard of her bed, and she kept a book of matches there, and she would gently slip out of the covers and crawl over to the closet. Audie would light a candle, and Tilly would see her side profile leaning in and out of the closet, whispering words she didn't recognize as English. Every night, this ceremonial routine would take place, seemingly at the same time, even though they didn't have a clock in their room, to be sure. During one of those occasions, while Tilly watched on in her bed, the candle that illuminated in a soft white-yellow flicker was blown out, and in the dark, she hears Audie gasp as her outline becomes visible again. This time, the glow coming from inside the closet is a deep, solid red. The color didn't dance around like the candle's light. From the angle Tilly's at, she can't see into the closet, but for a brief moment, the whole room is engulfed in the red light emitting from the closet, and then all turns to black. The light was gone, and the room was dark again. Audie doesn't leave her position, sitting on her knees, staring into the closet. The little amount of light that did reach the room came from the window outside. It was just enough to brighten Audie's side profile, staunch at the foot of the bed. Tilly watched her remain frozen until her eyes became heavy and she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, Audie had left her spot in the closet, but she wasn't in bed. She was nowhere to be found that morning. Their dad called the police, went out searching for her before Tilly had even woken up. They discovered that she was missing when they woke up. One of them just so happened to peek in and only saw one of the girls in bed, and when they looked around the house, with no avail, their dad made the moves, while their mom stayed home just in case Audie came back. And eventually, she did, in the back of a police car. It was still the AM, but everyone had been up for hours already, worrying and grieving over her disappearance. When the police brought her to the door, she was met with a flurry of rotating emotions from the family. But Audie herself showed seemingly no emotion whatsoever. She wasn't happy to be reunited with her family. If anything, she was annoyed that she'd been returned to her doorstep. Though Audie had her rebellious stints like any teenager does, she'd never done something like that. There were sticks and leaves tangled in her hair, and her clothes were dirty. She was in the same nighttime clothing that Tilly had seen her in the night before. A white tank top now stained with dirt, and the shorts that she'd slept in, same thing. It was cold outside, and coldest at that time of the morning. She didn't show any signs of discomfort, though. Where was she? Their mom asked the police officer. He says that they found her down at the docks by Kelly's Landing. A couple eating breakfast there saw her down by the water and alerted authorities. That call was made a little after their dad's call, so after detaining her, they quickly started putting the pieces together as to who she might be. Audie wouldn't answer their questions, so it was up to them to figure it out. When they left, their parents couldn't decide whether making her stay home or go to school would be more of a punishment. They both had to work that day, so they told Audie to get cleaned up for school, but she didn't. She put on a shirt over her dirty tank top and the first pair of pants that she found in their room, and then her backpack. Though their dad would still have to miss work that day, because as he's turning on his computer, his desk phone rings. The high school principal at the time was named Mr. Zimmerman, and while he explains that Audie had just viciously attacked another classmate during first period, there's a commotion over the phone, and he hears Mr. Zimmerman scream before the phone disconnects. Their dad dropped everything and sped down to the high school, where Audie was once again in police custody, but this time it was for a far more crazy reason. Not only did she attack that classmate, presumably the one that she was using the shrine to put a hex on, but while the principal was on the phone, she leapt over his desk like an animal and started biting the arm that he was holding the phone with. The suit that he was wearing didn't protect him from her teeth. She was able to break the skin through the fabric, according to Tilly. She was also expelled, but Tilly doesn't remember her being required to serve any actual jail time. Audie was somehow able to leave the school with my dad that day and avoided handcuffs. When Tilly got home from school later that afternoon, Audie had snapped out of her berserker mindset, and she claimed that she'd blacked out during the violent episode. In the hours at home before Tilly arrived, she was able to convince their dad that she had genuine remorse for her actions. Tilly found her reading a book in their room. She was still wearing her bloodied shirt, the one that was stretched out by the collar. Her cut-up knuckles held the book in front of her face. Tilly dropped her backpack inside the doorway and asked about the injuries, but Audie couldn't remember where she'd gotten them from. The closet door was open, and that reminded Tilly of the red glow the night before. She also sees that the shrine is gone. The corner that it took up was cleared out, like it was never there. Tilly asked about that too, and Audie tells her that she threw it out when she got home. This gave Tilly tremendous relief, and for the next few hours, things started to feel like they were lightening up. The hostility that Audie had been walking around with, it seemed to have lifted, and she was acting like her old self again. They never shared a loving sisterly bond. Audie was just the right age difference to see Tilly as a pest, but recently, things felt extra strained because she'd been so agitated with her drama at school. Tilly felt like she had to walk on eggshells around her, trying not to be the target of a snide remark. Audie's smile and the shrine being gone were so surprising that Tilly forgot to even ask her about the red glow again until later that night when they'd gotten into their beds. Tilly pretended to fall asleep, waiting to see if Audie would still perform her witchcraft rituals, but eventually, with no activity happening, she drifted off to sleep. It wasn't long, though, until she was woken up again. As Tilly's facing the wall, she thinks it was the sound of glass breaking that took her out of a dream. And then she hears what sounds like more glass splintering and falling out and shattering onto the concrete outside, along with another sound, one that she describes as peeling a ripe banana. It was a sloshy, tearing noise, along with the glass, that made her fully wake up into consciousness and roll over. In between their beds, they shared a small half-circle desk. Above that was a window. Audie climbed onto the tabletop on her knees and then pushed her head through the window's glass and began sawing through her own neck, back and forth. She was a quarter of the way through when Tilly started screaming to alert her parents. Their mom and dad ran in, and they turned on the lights, just as Audie's back and forth slowed to a stop, bleeding out before she could fully decapitate herself on the broken glass. Her body slouched forward, and their dad rushed forward to get a hold of her before she slid down further. Her blood was everywhere, inside their room, outside the window. There was nothing the paramedics could do when they got there. Tilly had been sprayed with blood as well. It had gotten in her eyes, saturated her hair. It would take thousands of hours of scrubbing in the shower before the heinous sensation went away and she could feel clean again. In the following days, when the parents would go back into that bedroom, they'd find a 3-page letter that Audie wrote before ending her life. She said she made contact with an entity that became stronger than what she could control, like a tug of war. When she felt overpowered, this thing was able to take control of her. She wrote about the shrine that her parents knew nothing about. Tilly would explain it to them after Audie had declared it to be where it had manifested from. The parents would blame themselves for years and never know if there were signs they missed that indicated Audie's mental condition. From what I know, their great-grandmother spent the second half of her life tied to a radiator at the asylum. The dad took it the hardest because he knew that he should have taken her to the hospital right when he'd picked her up from school that day. But he was so mad about the whole situation. He had tunnel vision. My mom followed up by saying that she's up to date with her doctor visits and that she always has been, and she's always been very honest with her provider about anything that goes on in her brain. I do wonder if it's hereditary. Does that mean I'm at risk for having whatever my late aunt did? I blame 23andMe for causing such turmoil in mine and my family's life. Now I'm paranoid about every little thing. Is it a red flag that I'm soon about to go off the deep end, not even know that I've taken up the family curse? I'm a 25-year-old female with the stomach lining of a 50-year-old man. I didn't want to take the attention away from my mom when she told us the story, but I could feel an ulcer growing as she was telling me about this, thinking, God, is that my future? I'm concerned that recently reading things is making me paranoid. Maybe just, because it's on my mind. I believe I'm starting to feel the ailments. I don't know if this was exactly life or death, but it still kind of freaks me out. When I was 15, I was waiting for the bus outside of my high school. I grew up relatively independent, got a job as soon as I could, thought I was quite smart around people, but when you're 15 and feel awkward about yourself, as most do, any compliment feels amazing. I was at my bus stop to get a ride to work when a really nice car pulled up to the bus lane. I don't know cars well enough to say what kind it was, but this dude obviously had money to spare. The guy rolled down the window to talk to me. Mind you, I was alone, waiting to get a ride to work. He said that I was so beautiful, so pretty, I should be a model. I should come and get a card from him so that he can set up a meeting. Obviously, young me didn't think too hard and was completely flattered. As I walked up to reach into the passenger window to get his business card, I got this awful feeling when I looked into his eyes. I can't explain it other than if you've looked into the eyes of someone and there's nothing there. I took a step back, told him I'm okay, I don't really need to be a model. He proceeded to plead with me until someone else from the school made it to the stop. Then he finally, angrily, drove away, giving me a look that would kill. It's been a long time since high school, but I wonder if someone hadn't joined me at that stop, would I have taken him up on his offer? Or would he have forced me to take him up on his offer? I'm grateful I got out of that situation, but it breaks my heart thinking about somebody else being in a similar situation, not being able to escape. Just be careful out there. I was pregnant with my first child in 2001. Right before my due date, I was obviously really pregnant. I went shopping at Walmart. I started to notice this woman on every aisle that I went. I would guess she was in her mid-30s. When I went to the baby section to look at clothes, she started asking me questions. At first, they were common, like about the gender. Then the questions started getting strange. Was I married? Did we have a house or an apartment? She asked about my accent. I'm from Michigan and was stationed in Florida. She was curious if we had anyone in the area visiting for the birth. It was just kind of odd. I was young, 20, but I was married and my husband and I were both active duty, living off base in a rental house. I told her yes, we were excited and to have a good rest of her day. She then started actually following me, telling me her husband was outside the store and they could help me take my groceries to my house. And that's when I got really nervous. I told her I was fine, thanks, that my husband was home and could help me. She told me that they had a big truck and that she could buy me a large baby item. I politely declined, and she was so insistent, becoming aggressive. She then offered to buy my husband a grill since we didn't need any baby things. I was getting panicky at this point because I knew this lady was not right. I went to check out, so did she. She got out before me and I watched her race walk out of the store, and sure enough, her and her husband were pulled up alongside the curb at the front near the pop machines. They were in a beat-up old yellow box truck. Husband rolls down the window and says, "We'd be happy to help you with that." I again declined and went to my car. I loaded everything up and watched for a minute. They didn't move, just watched me. As soon as I pulled out, they did too. I hauled ass out of there. They were only behind me for a minute or two. I still drove around crying for about 30 minutes just to make sure they were long gone before I had to pee and needed to go home. I'm now 44, and that was the first and one of just a few times that I felt that level of fear in my life. I grew up in a funeral home. I helped out in the office, and when I was about 15, we got a call from a man whose wife and infant baby had been murdered in cold blood. There were very few clues. It made headlines. Cops set surveillance at the viewing. It was heartbreaking, as the mother was holding the baby in her arms. I was asked to take the flower cards and periodically get the husband and ask if he recognized the names. I then photocopied them and put them back. I did it because I was a kid. People knew me and I was unobtrusive. I talked to the husband quite a bit. He seemed devastated and shaken. The cops told me that they had an eyewitness to someone leaving the house that day, the day of the murder. The witness was a 3-year-old girl. She recognized the man leaving. It was the husband's best friend. It turns out that the friend and the husband had made a pact to kill each other's families and run off with their secretaries. The little girl identified the friend, and I guess one of them cracked. They both went to jail on multiple counts, all on the testimony of a 3-year-old girl. I still can't believe to this day that that man stood right beside me multiple times, and I had no clue. I don't think I ever looked at life the same way after that. I worked in a library during grad school, and this man came into my section asking to use some older technology that we still had available. It was right after opening one morning, and I was the only one available to teach him how to use the machines. He was there almost every day, and if I wasn't working that day, he would leave. He figured out my schedule, and that I worked as soon as the library opened on certain days. When I was there, he would have many questions and difficulties with the machines. One morning when I was supposed to be at work but had an engagement that made me about 30 minutes late, he discovered my large male coworker instead. He'd spent the night hidden in the bathroom by my station and hadn't left all night so that the motion detectors wouldn't go off. He had also taken a bath in the bathroom. The police were called, and when I arrived, he was being led to a police car screaming for me. Needless to say, he was banned from ever entering the library again. I also never worked alone again. Alone meaning in my section on my floor, because it's a massive library. I was always scheduled with a male coworker and another administrator for openings. I was about 10 when my family was staying at a cabin in the mountains in the winter. It was a snowy night, and my parents, aunt, and uncle had gone to their bedrooms to sleep. My siblings and cousins and I were sleeping in the living room. At some point, I awakened by a chilly draft. When I opened my eyes, I saw the front door was slightly cracked, and there was a man making eye contact with me. In the middle of the night, in the freezing cold, on the deck of a cabin that was way up in the mountains, far removed from town. I screamed for my dad. The man disappeared into the darkness. My dad quickly came into the living room, turned on the porch lights. The man was just standing in the driveway, silently looking back at us. He claimed he was just looking for a drink of water. I used to work at Mejir in the deli. A customer came up and asked for my opinion. I recommended all the things I liked and was just super friendly. I guess he ended up calling the store that night asking for me. The other girl I was working with didn't even offer the phone to me, just told him I'd left. Thank God. He came back the next day and started asking personal questions to me. I was very vague and then started helping other customers. He left, came back the next day. I had to get management involved. He was standing, like behind a pole, just watching me. I had to be walked to my car every night for about a month. I'd call my boyfriend at the time, who's now my husband, every night on my way home. And I lived in an apartment building with another coworker, whose husband would literally walk me to the door. I still feel like he's watching sometimes, and this was over 4 years ago. My cousin used to teach at the tribal school on our reservation. Her name's Dora. Dora has a story that she'd never tell publicly, but thankfully has a wonderful, loving, beautiful younger cousin willing to share it for her. I'm not on here trying to put Dora or our tribe in a bad light, and that's why I'm keeping our reservation name out. So, Dora was a 12th grade English teacher at the high school. It's the year 2000, and they're all on winter break. She attends a party at my house and decides to head home around 2 a.m. That night, a dense fog had blanketed the reservation, and already having a few drinks, Dora begins to have a change of heart about driving all the way home. Her house was only a few miles away, but from my house, the high school was just a bit closer. The lanyard with her keys hung on her rearview mirror, so she put them around her neck and then took a left instead of going straight out of my neighborhood. When Dora got to the high school, her car was the only one in the parking lot. She drove around the back where the buses pull in to pick up the kids. Her classroom doors are located on that side, and she parked her car in the bus loop, a stone's throw away from her outside door. The school lights that lined the building were all turned off during holiday breaks, making the building itself completely dark. Dora parked under the only source of illumination coming from the single street lamp located on a cement island center of the loop. Besides that one light, the rest of the property around her is black. There's only one road that leads from the rear of the building. The road eventually leads into a four-way stop, but before that, there's only trees all the way up to the school. Needless to say, the first step Dora took from her car was a leap and a bound to her classroom door. When she gets inside, her desk is right by that door, so she didn't have to navigate blindly through her classroom to find a light. Exhausted and relieved, Dora actually called me that night to tell me what her new plan was. Then, after we hung up, she pulled all the blankets and pillows out of her emergency closet and made a bed on the little couch in the corner of her classroom. Before going to bed, though, Dora realized that she didn't enjoy any of the amazing food that I prepared. So, her stomach began to rumble, almost as if it was verbally scolding her for being so stubborn. It's a little after 2 a.m., and every business in town closes at 8. But somehow, Dora found probably the only food that would be willing to make a delivery that time of night. She found the phone number to a donut shop right outside reservation lines, and most likely taking pity on her desperate voice through the receiver, agreed to make a delivery to the high school. Taping an envelope with cash and a tip onto her door, Dora gave specific instructions on where to go and what to do. So the driver would go to the back of the school. The classroom's the only one with the lights on. Money's on the door. Leave the donuts outside. Nothing too crazy. Through the curtains, Dora eventually sees headlights pull in, and her confidence grows that her directions were accurate. In the quiet classroom, she can clearly hear someone get out of their car, walk up to her door, do the 2 taps, confirming successful transaction. Before Dora leaves her couch bed to get the donuts, she waits as shoes walk away from the door. Listening for the car door to shut again, Dora begins to hear something else. It sounds like footsteps were heading back to her door, but this time, the feet were running. Then, boom, boom, boom. Dora's jolted from her frozen position, practically jumping out of her skin when someone starts pounding on her outside door. For the quickest moment, Dora thinks that she may have shorted them on the total, but she knew that she gave more than a generous tip. Then, the person banging on the door begins to scream, "Please, let me in. Let me in, Miss B." The B is the initial of Dora's last name. The person on the other side of the door called her by her full last name. Must be a student. Dora also thinks the voice sounds familiar, and that's one thing that I'll never get. How do teachers remember all of their students like that? Well, sure enough, the mystery person pleading outside of her door ended up being a former student of hers. His name's Mark Len. Mark's family owns the donut shop that Dora was ordering from that night. Dora liked the Len family and had an oddly significant memory in her teaching career involving Mark's older brother, Callan. He was a few years older than Mark, and when Dora first started working at the school, there was a kid that kept harassing her like a creep. One day, the creep got way too close to Dora, and Callan stepped in between them, knocked the guy on his ass, basically. That ended the harassment. So, when Dora opened the door and Mark Len pushed his way through, slamming the door behind him, she's almost relieved. But that's short-lived, as the look on her former student's face is filled with horror. Right as the door slammed behind him, Mark ran over to the curtains, started peeking through them and out to the parking lot. Their familiarity to each other wasn't enough to break the tension that Mark was feeling. and a formal greeting didn't take place. Instead, out of breath and continuing to peer out the curtains, Mark tells Dora, when he was walking back to his car, something or some things started to chase him in the fog. Before saying anything, Dora would join Mark in staring out the window into the fog. The mist that had covered the town remained thick, and Dora's car was barely visible from where they stood. She asks Mark if it was an animal that was chasing him, and he said no. He wasn't sure what it was. It sounded like human strides coming at him from directly in front. When Mark stopped his pace in the fog to listen, along with the first pair of legs approaching, he heard a second pair of running feet in pursuit, coming at him from the right. That's when Mark turned and sprinted back to the door. His accounts of what happened scared Dora more than she'd ever let on. Attempting to remain logical in the situation, Dora suggests the commotion he heard was from a pack of res dogs wandering the grounds, but Mark was adamant about what he heard. The steps were too heavy to be from dogs. For a moment, they both stood in the anxious silence that filled the classroom. Their eyes fixed out the window, looking for movement in the fog. At first, Dora thinks her eyes are playing tricks on her, but Mark's gasp solidified that what she was seeing was real. Both of them watched as a tall, hooded figure rose out of the fog by Dora's car. They could see it under the street lamp. The hood doesn't fully cover its face, and Dora swears it had the head of a wolf. The hooded figure turned and stared directly at them before slowly sinking back down and disappearing into the fog. Unable to keep her feeling of dread suppressed, Dora steps back from the window. Mark does too, speechless at what they'd just seen. Dora turns off her desk lamp, once again immersing her classroom in darkness. The hope of being unnoticed is extinguished almost immediately after they begin to hear knocking on the windows of her classroom. Neither of them were brave enough to open the curtains. Mark says, "It knows we're in here." They quickly decide to move rooms. Mark and Dora leave her classroom through the internal hallways. The whole time, they can hear the entity going around the school, pounding on all the windows, shaking all the doors. Dora feels her legs get weak. She's about to pass out from fear, and Mark sees her wobbling and catches her before she collapses. Still conscious, Mark assists her to the closest room, which was the kitchen. After setting Dora on the ground, Mark asks if all the doors are locked in the building. Dora doesn't know. Hearing this, Mark takes it upon himself to independently take off to check all the doors, as Dora sits trying to regain a stable breathing rhythm. It's almost pointless, because just as her heart rate begins to go down, she can hear Mark scream. It echoes through the hall, heading back towards the kitchen. He's screaming, "It's inside. Lock the door." She sees Mark fly past the kitchen doorway. She hears another set of footsteps running through the hallway behind Mark. And when he doesn't run into the kitchen, she has no other option but to close the door and listen to what's going on just outside. Mark screams, and the sound of the chase trail off to another part of the school. Then, silence. Dora stayed like a statue in the kitchen for what felt like hours. She didn't know when it all started, but the clock located over the industrial stove read 4:30. She decided to wait until sunrise before leaving her hiding spot. The entire time she waited, her heart was pounding. Every creak of the school's old infrastructure felt amplified in the emptiness of the kitchen. Every shadow seemed to move in the corner of her eye. She clenched the handle of a butter knife, one that she'd grabbed from the drawers, her only weapon if whatever was chasing Mark decided to return. As the first light of dawn seeped through the small, grease-streaked windows above the industrial sinks, Dora gathered enough courage to leave the kitchen. Her legs still felt weak, but she steadied herself, gripping the wall for support as she tiptoed down the hallway. The building was eerily quiet now. No pounding, no footsteps, no screams. On her way back to her classroom, she passed the computer lab and froze in the doorway. The scene inside was not what she expected. Desks had been overturned, papers scattered everywhere. Most importantly, all of the computers were gone. She ran back to her classroom to see a similar scene. Her phone, which she'd left next to her couch bed, was gone, and so was Mark. Frantic, she checked the parking lot through the classroom window. Her car was still there, but Mark's was nowhere to be seen. Dora decided to call the police, but with her phone being missing, she needed to find the office, as classrooms didn't have phones. As she made her way back down the hall, she noticed some other things. Muddy footprints leading from the back entrance of the school. And sure enough, they led right to the computer lab. Reaching the office, Dora used the landline to call for help. When tribal police arrived, they searched the entire school, but they found no sign of Mark, and no sign of the creature Dora described. No evidence of forced entry either. What they did find, however, was far more shocking. Not only had the computer lab been completely stripped of its equipment, but every monitor, keyboard, laptop, it had all been taken. Adding insult to injury, all of the remaining cords had been cut. The officer questioning Dora seemed like he didn't quite believe her. "You're sure Mark Len was here last night?" he asked her. She insisted, yes, he was being chased. There was something out there, I swear. Dora insisted, recounting everything she'd seen, but as she spoke, she realized how absurd her story sounded. A hooded, wolf-headed figure, knocking and chasing them through the fog. The officer nodded politely, but still didn't seem convinced. He told Dora they would follow up with Mark's family and the donut shop, but for now, she needed to head home, get some rest. Dora knew what she saw, or thought she did. As the fog cleared, the reality of the situation began to sink in. It wasn't until the following day, when Mark and his older brother Callan were trying to sell some stolen computers, that the truth finally came out. That hooded figure and the eerie chase were all part of their elaborate plan to scare Dora away from the school, or essentially to let them in. They'd use the fog to their advantage, disguising themselves and creating chaos to cover their tracks, all so they could loot the computer lab. Callan, the mastermind, had even worn a wolf mask and a cloak to sell the illusion. As for Mark, his performance of terror had been convincing enough to manipulate Dora into hiding while they carried out the theft. The pounding on the windows, the running footsteps, it was all staged. When the police questioned Mark, he admitted everything, though he claimed that he had felt a twinge of guilt when Dora nearly passed out in the hallway. "It was supposed to just scare her," he said. "We didn't think she'd take it so hard." Dora, humiliated and furious, resigned from her position at the school. The administration didn't fire her outright, but the implication was clear. She'd let herself be duped, and the theft had happened on her watch. To this day, she avoids talking about what happened, but if you ever bring up that night, her face hardens and her lips tighten. The wolf-headed figure under the street lamp really creeped her out. But for it to all have been some way to take advantage of her kindness, well, that's just pissed her off for forever. I know my story is not uncommon. It's one most of you have heard or experienced in one form or another, but to me, it's still the most terrifying thing that I've ever endured in my 40 years on this planet, and it all started with a boy. My life started pretty great. I was fairly popular in high school, loads of friends, a wonderful high school sweetheart, loving parents. I kinda had it all. And then I went to college on the other side of the country, where I didn't know a soul. That was fine. I saw it as an adventure. The idea of meeting new people, starting new relationships, it was exciting. I met Eric at a homecoming party my freshman year. He was a sophomore, and right away, we had that spark thing going on. He was handsome, charming, funny, intelligent, one of those whole package deals. We developed a pretty serious relationship over the next several months, and as much as I look for them, I really can't pinpoint any red flags from those early years. Some guys are smooth like that. What can I say? We stayed together for my entire 4 years at college. He got a job in the city when he graduated, and I moved in with him a year later after my own graduation. We got married later that same year, and then things started to change. Eric had a very specific idea of what a marriage should look like, even if he never showed a hint of them in our 4-year courtship. We flew home for the holidays, but we spent all of our time with his family, while I was lucky to spend a few hours with my own. There was always some reason that I couldn't visit them without him. Same with my friends. He hated most of them because they were a bad influence, but I was so blindly in love that I convinced myself he was right. He loved me so much that he just couldn't bear us to be apart. He only wanted the best for me. All that usual bullshit. Love is a dangerous thing, kids. It blinds you in a way that makes you believe you're seeing clearly for the first time. It's all lies. Your brain is tricking you. The first time he hit me was after a work party at his boss's lake house. I made a random, off-the-cuff joke during dinner. I don't remember what the hell it was, but I had no clue that it upset Eric until we were on our way home. As soon as we got in the car, his demeanor completely changed. He went rigid with tension, and his face pursed like someone biting into a rotten lemon. I tried to ask what was wrong, but he wouldn't speak. He just sat there, white-knuckling the steering wheel until we got home. Once we were inside, he started picking apart every move I'd made, every word I'd said that evening. In his mind, I'd embarrassed him. I'm sorry, but I'm a fucking delight at parties. I have a lot of faults, we all do, but socializing was kind of my specialty before the PTSD. More than anything, I was confused. I didn't realize how serious he was because it sounded so absurd. And then I made some kind of sarcastic comment, and his hand flew at my face before I knew what was happening. After that, I was just in shock. This is something that happened to other women, less fortunate, underprivileged women, not me. When I look back, it amazes me how naive I was, but I genuinely did grow up with a semi-charmed kind of life mentality, if you'll excuse the corny reference. Well, you all know how this goes. He was so sorry the next day. He cried like a baby, showered me with extravagant gifts. For the next week or so, he treated me like a princess, and I wrote off the incident. He was, after all, under an extraordinary amount of stress at work, and other excuses were made, I'm sure. Then it happened again. I didn't clean the kitchen or forgot to wash the shirt that he wanted to wear that day. There's really no telling. But this time, I had a black eye and a busted lip. Eric wove a tapestry of regret and remorse with his golden tongue, and I forgave him. Because no matter what he had done, he loved me. We were meant to be together. I couldn't just throw everything away over a mistake, could I? Because love, like it's the end-all be-all to happiness. It makes me sick to think of it now, especially since it took another 5 years to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. The one thing I did get right is not having kids. Eric wanted them, badly, but I took birth control behind his back. It's not that I never wanted kids. It was more that I just didn't want them yet. I kept telling myself that we would wait until he was better, less stressed, back to his old self. Little did I realize, this was Eric being his normal self. I was on my 3rd trip to the ER. By the time I accepted, it would never change. By then, I'd done enough research to know that the cops couldn't help me. Not really. Not in a way that would make me safe. Eric was the kind of guy that would get released the next day and kill me before anyone did a damn thing to stop him. Instead, I told my parents everything and came up with a plan. Eric had a conference coming up that was 3 hours away, and he would be gone overnight. My parents rented a U-Haul and arrived at our house an hour after Eric left. We got all of my stuff packed in a couple of hours and took off. All day, I answered my phone like everything was normal. I told Eric how much I missed him and that I would have his favorite meal on the table when he got home. And then I turned my phone off for an hour before he actually returned. All of our social media accounts were shared, so I deleted them. I didn't want him to have any outlet where he could try to contact people pretending to be me or whatever crazy idea he would come up with. When Eric couldn't reach me, he called my parents. My mom ignored the calls, but my dad was eager to speak with him. Their conversation was heated, to say the least. Eric was completely unhinged. He threatened to kill all of us if they didn't put me on a flight home that very night. Obviously, I wasn't going back. My family never believed in owning a gun, but my dad went out and borrowed one from a friend after that phone call. A week or two passed with no contact from Eric. I wasn't ready to drop my guard, but my parents were full of bully cliches. They're all cowards. Once you stand up to them, they go away. Yeah, that's usually true on the schoolyard, but it's definitely not a rule to live by. Crazy is crazy, and there's no reasoning with it. By then, I had fully accepted that Eric was legitimately crazy, and he proved me right by breaking into my parents' house while we slept. I woke up to him straddling me with one hand over my mouth and the other around my neck. His knees had my arms pinned, so all I could do was kick my legs, not that they did me any good. Eric put his mouth next to my ear and said that we were going home, that if I woke my parents, he'd kill them both. I was so afraid of him that if my dad hadn't borrowed that gun, I truly think that I would have gone quietly. But he would have never expected my parents, of all people, to be armed. I knew that would be a factor that he didn't account for. So I nodded my head like I would behave, and as soon as I was on my feet, I screamed bloody fucking murder. He was on me in a second, and I don't even remember feeling him hit me. There was just a flash of fists and then blackness. He beat me for several seconds, maybe a minute, before my dad shot him. When I woke up, I was surrounded by paramedics and police. Eric was dead. My parents were just as traumatized as me, especially my dad. He's truly the kindest, gentlest man. He's never even gone hunting, but now he'd taken a human life. Yes, it was necessary, and he's the first to defend that fact. But something like that changes you. It still weighs on him all these years later. I was in the hospital with a fractured jaw, a broken orbital socket, and 3 broken ribs. But we survived. That's all that matters. I've had a few relationships since, but nothing serious. I find I prefer to live life on my terms, and it works for me. So, that's my story. I tell it when I'm able because I hope anyone in similar circumstances will understand that people are who they are. You're not going to change them, no matter how strongly you might love them or how unique you feel your love or circumstances are. You will not be the exception to this rule. Move on while you still have a life to live. Do any other 90s Nevada kids have a memory of a school assembly with a guy coming in to talk about drinking and driving? He was in an electric wheelchair, dyed his hair blue. He may have only been hired in Clark County, but this couldn't have been isolated to just my elementary school. I have no clue what his name was, but yeah, tell me if you remember this. And if you don't, just keep in mind that I wasn't even 10 yet. And this guy starts his story by telling us that he and his girl had just scored a bag of angel dust after a night of heavy drinking. Guy had a Pontiac Firebird, brand new. He used to be a business guy, someone making a lot of money in a high-up position, probably like a Wolf on Wall Street kind of guy. He's cruising, going way above the speed limit, and thinks that he sees an animal on the road. He swerves, slams into a telephone pole. Girl goes out the windshield, like a torpedo. His words, not mine. But he was wearing his seatbelt. He didn't remember putting it on. Said Jesus clicked it for him. Jesus must have forgotten about his passenger. He didn't say that, and I didn't ask. But I did ask my teacher why Jesus didn't click his girlfriend's seatbelt too, and the teacher laughed, but had no answer for me. All right, guy hits the pole. Girlfriend flies away, dies. He sees her go, unbuckles his Jesus belt, gets out to go find her. His arm and shoulder are broken from the airbag, but he can't feel anything because he's still jazzing on the multitude of substances he consumed earlier. The telephone pole almost completely split the car in half, like he could have stepped out the open side on his right, but instead exited out the car door to look for his girlfriend. At the end, he trips and lands on the live wires of the telephone pole and electrocutes himself, to the extent of needing his left arm and both legs amputated. His shtick was to use the good arm to pull out a trucker hat from behind his back. Across the front of the hat, in large graffiti-looking font, it said, "Handy." Then he puts it on his head and proudly screams, "This is my only handicap," while pointing at it, almost challenging us to say anything otherwise. It was an uncomfortable joke, and a lot of us didn't know whether to laugh or continue to feel bad for the man. We were definitely too young for his story. And that's why I'm wondering if anyone else that didn't go to Hickory Ridge recalled this guy, because he got really off track, started telling some wild story that happened right before he fell on the wires. Like, took the assembly from its scheduled 30 minutes to over an hour. Our recess bell rang, but the teacher didn't let us leave. I'm gonna call this guy Sam. Sam gets to the part where he realizes his girlfriend's been ejected through the windshield. A girl a few rows in front of me raises her hand. She asks, "Where'd she go?" Sam says something along the lines of, "I don't know if I can get into all of that." But what big room full of children wouldn't all start coaxing him to get into all of whatever that was? He looked in the direction of our principal, who had only been paying attention enough to give a thumbs up before returning to her conversation with another teacher. Sam says, "All right." He sits up in his chair and leans forward the best he could. The happy, high-pitched, almost annoying voice that he was using switched to low and serious. Then he starts by asking if anyone knows about the abandoned mine shaft down on Oldman Highway, southern tip of the state. After a brief silence, he says, "Well, a family of Bigfoot lives in that cave, and they despise me, because almost a year before that accident, I was driving down that same road, and one of their young'uns was on the shoulder. I didn't see it when I rounded the corner. That thing broke my windshield. In his rearview mirror, he saw who he presumed to be the young'un's much bigger dad, chasing after the car. After that, he said he did his best to stay out of that area because they could smell his scent, and every time he drove through after that, he'd always eventually see the Bigfoot stalking him, hiding behind the trees or big rocks. It would always make sure that he knew that they knew he was there. On the night of the accident he came to talk about, he didn't want to go down there, but the only dealer that would answer his calls was a guy in Golden Shores, and the fastest road from point A to B was Oldman Highway. Being an addict, he chose the quicker route, rather than the safer trip, which added an extra half hour. Then, Sam says, "Remember the animal in the road, the one that I swerved into the telephone pole for? That's only true on police paperwork. What really happened is I got ambushed by the Bigfoot. He chose that night to seek his revenge on me. He says the Bigfoot gave him one too many chances to stay away, and when he caught up to the Firebird that Sam was driving, the Bigfoot came from the side and shoulder rammed the side of the car, sending it into the telephone pole. He points to the kid who had the original question and goes, "You asked where the girl went, right?" Their nervous head nods yes, and Sam says, "Yeah, well, she went far away, not anywhere close to the car. And that's why you should always wear your seatbelt." He tells us that he went looking for her, calling her name while slowly making his way down the little embankment off the side of the highway. It was the middle of the night and pretty much impossible to get a good view of anything, and the grass where he thinks she landed was tall and overgrown. He starts to tiptoe, stepping around while kicking through the grass, hoping he'll make contact with her. The pain in his broken bones slowly begin to throb with the rhythm of his heartbeat. At the bottom of the hill, the V-shaped ground rises up to an almost vertical rock wall that leads to a plateau. Somehow after the crash, one of the car's headlights is still working, has a little bit of the rocky incline in its light. Sam heard small rocks falling down the wall. He looked up, saw his girlfriend on the edge of the dim light. From his point of view, it looked like she was hovering above him on her back. Her arms and legs hung limp, her head tilted back. Her blonde hair and dress fluttered beneath in the wind, but her back was curved like she was pushing out with her chest. She hung like that above his head before her body floated out of the light. Sam stepped back and watched her continue to levitate upward. Now only brightened with what the moon could provide, she was a little more than a silhouette, hidden in the rock's reflections. Sam stops and asks us if we know why cats' eyes glow red in the dark. In a surprising turn of events, and out of his whole presentation, he tells us a fact that I've been able to remember ever since he told us. There's a reflective layer in their eyes called the tapetum lucidum. It acts like a mirror, reflecting light back through the retina, which boosts the amount of light available for the cat to see in low light conditions. He says cats have them, owls have them, but other creatures have them too. They can see you a lot better in the dark than you can see them. He says that he backed up more and he saw two big red eyes hovering just above the girl's chest. What Sam mistook as floating was her body being dragged up an almost 90-degree rock wall. He thought that he was looking at a mountain lion pulling her up by her shirt and its teeth, but when it fully made its way to the top of the plateau, it stood up on two legs, and Sam could see that it was the Bigfoot. With the girl still firmly in between its snarling teeth, it stared down at Sam. His injuries were becoming increasingly more and more painful as he described the situation, sobering him up. No matter what, his only option was going to be walking miles to the nearest gas station for help. But Sam's too afraid to move as he stared back up at the menacing giant. Another realization sends a jolt of distress through his body, more than the broken bones. Looking up at that Bigfoot, he doesn't think it's the same one that pushed the car off the road. He becomes paranoid that there's a second Bigfoot coming for him, and that's why the first one hadn't left yet. Sam said the moment when it all sank in was the most fear that he'd ever felt in his life. He admitted to urinating himself without even knowing it. Trapped at the bottom, the hill leading to the highway was more forgiving when it came to an incline, and he was able to crawl his way up using one arm. Thinking he was going to get grabbed from behind every agonizing inch he progressed, Sam was exhausted and woozy by the time he reached the top of the hill, back to where his car laid. Debris from it were littering the road in both directions. He looked, and the smell of oil and gas permeated the air. But there was no fire from the wreckage. The thought crossed his mind that if there was a fire, the possibilities of someone seeing it and discovering there'd been an accident and going to look for them would be sooner than not. He was hoping that it would make a big enough smoke cloud to reach over the hills. Maybe someone, anyone, would see it and go investigate. With his good arm, Sam digs in the pockets of his jeans. Every movement he makes sends a binding surge of pain through his body. And of course, what he was searching for had to be in the third of the 4 pockets that he had checked. And with a final exhale, a surge of electricity radiated in him as he retrieved the book of matches that he kept in his pockets for his smokes. Sam had also mentioned that the cigarettes in his pockets were completely destroyed. Not a single smoke survived, which was an additional bummer to the already horrible night he was experiencing. Getting down on one knee, Sam readied the match in his hand while balancing the book using his thigh like a table. He slid it across the rough grain, but it doesn't light. He throws it on the ground and has to repeat the process of pressing it against his thigh and trying to get the matchstick to pull with one hand. His struggle to tear the fire starter makes him unbalanced, and with an unlucky wobble to the left instead of the right, he landed on some live wires that had been taken down on the telephone pole. Sam actually taught us 2 random facts that I've been able to remember up to my adulthood, because he told us that he fell on the live wire, but instead of his muscles contracting, they propelled him like a frog, because it's not the electricity itself that makes a person jump. It's the way the electricity affects the body's muscles. He got as lucky as he could under the circumstances. He got shot backwards 3 to 4 yards, almost down the hill again. The next time he woke up, he was in a hospital, and all of his limbs were gone, except for the one that he was scratching his head with, wondering what happened. Throughout his recovery, police interrogated him about the missing passenger, but he was never convicted for that because they couldn't gather enough evidence or something like that. He breezed past that last part pretty quickly, trying to end the story, as our assembly had gone way over time. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere, partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches, at least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular, they would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. And that's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment. Though his behavior was still unsettling, I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body, and there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood. But they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. When I was 16, my parents got obsessed with the idea of living a healthier lifestyle. They started with gym memberships, but that got expensive and impractical. Instead, they started jogging twice a day, and that eventually led to hiking, which turned into a camping interest. Nowadays, most people do research on YouTube before diving into new interest, but my parents have always been learn-on-the-job people. Our first outing was to a campsite 20 minutes from our house. They had vending machines, outhouses, and fire starter logs all over the place. And I get it. There's a bunch of camping styles out there. But doing well at a site like this does not mean you're ready to buy an RV and drive into the middle of the woods. They had no clue how to service an RV, but let's start with the camping supplies. We had drinking water, but no food because we were going to live off the land. They bought candle lanterns to be more authentic. Well, guess what? You can't see shit with a freaking candle. Worthless. Heaven forbid we have real flashlights. We had fishing poles, but no bait because nothing beats a fresh worm. As far as actually getting there, even my mom was appalled by the poor planning, though I'm not sure why she trusted Dad with it in the first place. He didn't actually pick a place or route. He just found a wooded area with a body of water on the map and drove to it. We drove around for a bit until we saw an ATV trail and went on it. A few miles deep, we got a flat tire. Dad put on a spare, the single spare, and we continued forward. About 5 minutes later, we got another flat. Dad said that we could make it on a donut, and off we went. Eventually, we ran out of trail, so you'd think that we'd circle back or camp on that spot, but no, my parents thought that we could squeeze in like it was a goddamn parking lot. We made it an extra 50 feet and lost a side mirror before they admitted defeat. The spot that we had to stop on was covered in roots. The back of the RV was noticeably higher than the front. It felt like walking around on one of those fun houses without the mirrors. There was no pond in sight, but it was supposedly a short hike ahead, which it was pretty generous to call it a pond, but it was there all right. Dad wanted to get some worms and fish for dinner, while Mom got a fire ready. Unfortunately, the ground was covered in so many roots and overgrowth that it was nearly impossible to dig. I didn't try too hard because I already knew that there was no fish in that oversized puddle, but there's no arguing with my dad when he's sure about something. After a half hour, he'd come up with 2 of the most pitiful worms I'd ever seen. and we got our lines in the water. That also took a few tries, because casting too hard put the hook on the opposite bank. Needless to say, we didn't catch anything. We went back to the RV when it started getting dark. Mom didn't have much more luck than we did. She had a pile of sticks that were too green to burn, and our sleeping bags were laid out over a maze of lumpy roots. We were all disappointed, but they said that it was part of the challenge. I don't think I've described the RV much, but it wasn't one of those nice ones that you see people glam camping or whatever it's called. No, this was already a rundown piece of shit, even for the 90s. But I figured, hey, a lumpy twin mattress is better than the ground. It wasn't. As soon as I stepped inside, I was hit with the foulest smell. I ran back outside gagging. Turns out that my mom had taken a massive dump while we were fishing, and the toilet was backed up to the point of overflowing. Guess who had no idea you were supposed to empty the septic tanks on those things? That's right, my parents. It was fully dark by this time. This is when we learned just how bad the lanterns were. But my dad decided to check things out anyway. He opened a panel in the RV and started unscrewing things like he knew what he was doing. Next thing you know, a geyser of toxic sludge spews forth, covering my dad's legs and splashing all over me. I mean, just to make sure you understand exactly how disgusting it was, keep in mind that this wasn't just our waste. My dad didn't know how RVs work, so it wasn't emptied before we bought it. This was other people's shit all over us, and it's not like we could shower. That would be far too simple. Nope, we hiked back into the pond, fell a lot, and left our soiled clothes behind. We stumbled our way back to camp, but there was no escaping that smell. Finally, we decided to drag our sleeping bags up to the actual trail, the one that we drove off. I really can't stress how hard it was to navigate a strange forest with those damn lanterns, but at least the ground and air was better once we got up there. I was miserable and starving, so I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep, but I passed out pretty quick, until a group of drunk rednecks woke us up. Sometime after midnight, the roar of four-wheelers and laughter rudely ripped us from our uneasy slumbers. Their lights were on us before we could even sit up, so there was no hiding. There were 4 of them, and they surrounded us. They were aggressive, but also laughing, so I couldn't tell if they were actually dangerous or just messing with us. But it was both. They said that we were trespassing, asked us a bunch of questions like who we were, how we got there. My dad tried to speak with them, but I could tell that he was afraid, and that made me afraid. 2 of the guys were standing on either side of him while the other 2 positioned themselves behind me and my mom. They kept touching our hair and shoulders, giggling like schoolyard bullies. My dad tried to move closer to us, but the 2 by him kept blocking his way. When my dad explained about our RV problem, one of the guys took a flashlight into the woods to check it out. While he was gone, the others made jokes about paying rent. Said my mom and I could pay him if my dad didn't have any cash. At 16, I understood what that meant just fine. And that's when the real terror set in. At the time, I expected my dad to do something, but he was one small man against 4 huge guys. At least one of them had a gun on their waist, so there was really nothing that my dad could do besides try to talk our way out of it. When the guy came back from the RV, my backpack was slung over his shoulder, and it looked pretty full. He stole a bunch of our stuff, but none of us were dumb enough to complain. He told his buddies that we were really stuck there, and everyone started laughing again. They told us to get on their 4-wheelers, and they'd take us to their house to use a phone, but obviously we didn't want to go anywhere with them. When we refused, they stopped laughing and tried to make us. They grabbed us, we started screaming, and there was the briefest struggle before we heard more four-wheelers coming our way. I thought things were going to get a lot worse, but the guys stopped laughing and let us go really fast, like kids dropping the cookies they were trying to steal. Suddenly, they were the nicest good old boys you'd ever met. A few minutes later, two older gentlemen appeared, and the whole atmosphere changed. They sent the other guys back to call us a tow and waited with us until it got there. By the time the sun came up, we had new tires, the RV was back on the road, and we drove straight the hell home. My parents sold the RV a few days later and found new hobbies. We never tried to go camping again. Several years ago, on an exceptionally cold winter night, my husband was working late. This was unusual, and it left me alone in our nearly empty apartment building with our newborn son. Our unit was the only one occupied in the entire building. Everyone else had moved out for renovations, and we were supposed to follow in a few weeks once our new place was ready. It was eerie sometimes, but I'd grown used to it, telling myself it was temporary and I liked the quiet. Our front door had a lock, but it was flimsy, nothing more than a deadbolt that didn't quite latch, leaving a gap that could probably be forced with a hard shove. I'd meant to call the landlord about it, but with the baby, there was always 100 things demanding my attention. Besides, the building's outer downstairs was deadbolted, so I thought that we were safe enough. But that night, as I was settling into the couch and my son cradled in my arms, I heard it. A shuffle, a scrape on the stairs. I froze, heart pounding, every nerve on high alert. I knew my husband wouldn't be home yet. The sound grew louder, coming up the steps slowly, deliberately. The walls of the building were thin, and I could hear every creak of the wood, every breath of movement. And then there was a knock at my door. Not a friendly, quick knock. This was slow and heavy, like someone was testing the door, waiting for a response. I held my breath, instinctively pulling my son closer. The knock came again. This time, a voice accompanied it, muffled but clear enough to send chills down my spine. "Let me in," they said quietly, drawing out each word. "Let me in." I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. My mind was racing. I didn't have my phone immediately on me. It was on the other side of the room. So with my son cradled in my arms, I decided to quickly but quietly make my way there, hoping that he wouldn't stir or make a sound. On my way, there was that voice again, almost irritated and louder this time. "Why won't you just fucking let me in? Why won't you let me in?" The words, the way he said them, they made my bones hurt. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him. He was close, just on the other side of that door. My mind raced through the options, but there weren't very many. I snuck into my son's room. He was still sound asleep. I gently wrapped him in a blanket, placed him in his crib, and then I pressed my back against his door, wedging myself between it and the wall, bracing my feet on the opposite surface. I pushed with all of the strength that I had, hoping I added enough pressure to keep the man out. He wasn't inside, but I knew that that front door lock wouldn't keep him out if he tried. I could hear him struggling for the lock. I could hear that he was still talking, but what he was saying I wasn't sure. Probably just more "let me in." I closed my eyes and I was willing myself to stay silent. I decided, you know what, 911. My husband texted me that he had already called 911. I decided in the last minute that I was going to speak loudly. So when they answered, I said, "I need help. Someone's trying to break into my apartment. Please come quickly." I told them, yes, I'm on the top floor. Please hurry. The rattling of the doorknob stopped. Silence filled the air, thick and heavy. I wasn't really breathing. After what felt like forever, I heard the man mutter something low and unintelligible, followed by slow, heavy footsteps descending the stairs. I explained to the operator what I heard and what I thought was happening. The operator assured me that they were sending someone, but by the time the police arrived, he was long gone, vanished. When they searched the building, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry downstairs. That's when I remembered. The landlord had been in earlier that day. He must have left the outer door unlocked. The officers offered words of comfort, but I could see the worry in their eyes. I barely slept for the next week, jumping at every creak, every shadow, every sound in the empty building. Even now, years later, I still remember his voice, soft, chilling, etched into my memory like a scar. I can't help but wonder, was it the landlord that I had such little contact with? How else would a random person select the one occupied unit in the entire building? I just hear it still. Why won't you let me in? It's chilling. So this happened a few years ago when I was at my boyfriend's place. His bedroom has this massive window, but most of it is covered with this weird milky screen. You couldn't see through it, except for the very top, maybe about a 20-centimeter strip of clear glass. One night we were just sitting in bed talking. It was really dark outside and we weren't paying attention to much beyond our conversation. At some point I happened to glance up at the window, and there he was, a man, standing in the garden, face inches from the glass, staring straight in. For a split second, my brain just couldn't process what I was seeing. It was so surreal, like something out of a horror movie. Just a face, hovering up there in the darkness, watching us. But here's where my instincts completely failed me. Instead of screaming, hiding, or doing literally anything that would have made sense in this situation, I waved at him. And then, because my body apparently chose nervous breakdown over fight or flight, I started laughing. Like some kind of lunatic. Meanwhile, my boyfriend turned to see what I was looking at and immediately lost his shit. He scrambled out of bed, ready to charge outside, while I just sat there, still half laughing, half processing the fact that there was a full-grown man lurking in the damn garden. By the time we got outside, he was gone. Later, we found out how he had gotten up high enough to see through the uncovered part of the window. He had brought a pot from the garden, placed it under the window, and stood on it. Which means he didn't just stumble across the window and get curious. He planned to watch. He wanted to see inside. And I waved at him. So yeah, probably the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me, and I handled it in the worst possible way. As a firefighter, I've been in a lot of fires, saved a lot of lives. I've even had my own life saved while on the job. But one that sticks with me for different reasons is the one that I'm going to share today. It was a first alarm fire turned two-alarm blaze in the heart of downtown, a dilapidated apartment building, all dry wood and tight spaces. By the time we arrived, the top floors were fully engulfed. It was clear that this was a 3-alarm. We went in fast. People were screaming from their windows, still trapped on upper floors. The radios buzzed with chaos. My team and I worked methodically, clearing each unit in the apartments. And that's when I found him. He was slumped in a corner on a third-floor apartment, unconscious, smoke curling around him like a shroud. The heat was unbearable, the walls groaning under the strain of the fire. I didn't have time to think. I just grabbed him, hauled him over my shoulder, and carried him down 3 flights of stairs, barely making it out before the building collapsed. Outside, I laid him on the pavement, and the paramedics took over as I caught my breath. My adrenaline was still surging as I watched them work to stabilize him. I didn't think much of it at the time. Just another life saved, another person who got lucky. A week later, though, I saw his face on the news. He wasn't just some unlucky tenant. He was a wanted man, a fugitive who'd been on the run for years. The news anchors called him a drifter killer. He'd been moving from town to town, targeting people who lived on the margins. Runaways, sex workers, the homeless. 12 victims confirmed. Maybe more. It hit me like a punch to the gut. I'd saved a killer. And that was a first for me. But just as far as I'd known, you know? You don't usually get to follow up with the people you save. It's just your job to save them. The arrest made headlines. The fire had forced him out of hiding, and my rescue brought him straight into the hands of the police. At first, I wrestled with the irony. The job I'd sworn to do, saving lives without judgment or hesitation, had also meant saving a man who'd stolen so many lives himself. The trial was a media circus. The man I'd saved sat stone-faced as his gruesome crimes were laid bare. The methods he used, the stories of his victims, and the families he'd destroyed. He pled not guilty, but the evidence was overwhelming. DNA, fingerprints, even an online journal where he'd kept notes about his victims. I was subpoenaed to testify, not about the crimes, but about the night of the fire. The defense tried to paint him as a victim of circumstance, a desperate man who'd been caught in a tragic accident. They asked me if I'd seen him trying to escape the flames or heard him call for help. I told the truth. He was unconscious when I found him, and I didn't know who he was until after I'd pulled him out, days later. And that was it. My testimony didn't absolve him, but it didn't really incriminate him either. After the trial, people asked me if I regretted saving him. Friends, colleagues, even strangers wanted to know if I'd wished I'd just left him there to burn. I always gave them the same answer. No. My job isn't to judge. It's to save. I've saved hundreds of lives in my career. Children, the elderly, addicts, abusers, people who'd made bad choices, and people who'd just had bad luck. I don't get to decide whose life is worth more than another's. That's not my role. It never will be. The man was sentenced to life without parole, and they moved him to a maximum security prison a few states away. I don't think about him much anymore, but every so often, I'll see his face in my mind. Pale, smoke-streaked, lifeless when I found him. And I can hear my captain yelling, "Get him out, Dylan. The ceiling's coming down." And I did. I got him out, just like I was trained to do. Would I do it again? Yes, every time. This is a real story that happened to me back on New Year's Eve 2009. I was 13 years old, and me and my family, my mom, my dad, my little sister, we were leaving an event at the Christian Center in the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma. My mom was in the driver's seat, Dad sitting in the passenger. I'm sitting behind Dad, and my sister's asleep in her car seat next to me. The church traffic had all dispersed by the time we'd left because my mom volunteered us to help clean up and put away chairs after the event ended that night. The road we take to leave has 4 lanes, 2 for each direction. The right lane will eventually become a turn-only lane into a dead-end cul-de-sac, while the others continue straight. My mom was driving in the right lane, but a sudden influx of traffic didn't allow her to merge to the left lane. So, she flipped on her blinker and turned right. Then she took another right down another neighborhood street that stopped at a dead end. There were a group of teenagers at the far end of the road. We can see them lighting off fireworks. My mom pumped the brakes and began to cautiously drive towards them. In order to leave this neighborhood, the only turnaround is at the end of the block, where the kids are. We approach at a snail's speed, and while I can't see the road, I can hear the fireworks growing louder. I plug my ears, but a pop that's brightness filled the car also had an explosion loud enough to wake up my sister. She started to cry, and I thought the right thing to do would be to shield her ears instead of mine. The constant sound and the feel of the fireworks going off by our car was startling, each one that blew up. It lit the interior of the car like a flashbang, and it hurt my eyes. My dad closed the air vents because they started sucking in the smell of fireworks smoke. My mom was steering the car counterclockwise around the loop. From the back passenger window, I could see two groups of people, one on the outside of my window, and then a smaller group, around 6 kids, that chose to stay in the middle of the street when the crowd parted for our car. This group of 6 was in the center, all still lighting off fireworks next to our car, almost as if they were trying to antagonize the vehicle's occupants into a confrontation. While this is happening out the left side of the window, from the right side, one guy approached the car. My dad saw this and locked the doors. Thankfully, the guy didn't even try for the handles. Instead, when he got to the car, he cupped his hands above his eyes. The metal of his watch clinked against the glass when he tried looking into the tinted windows on the front side passenger. Inside the car, everything happening around us is overwhelming to the senses. My mom was doing her best to navigate this right turnaround and not hit one of the many kids or cars parked in the loop. The guy who came up looking in the windows leans off to the side of the car, communicates to the group that he doesn't know who's in the car. I can hear the others outside also questioning one another on if they've noticed the suspiciously slow rate in which we're driving through. My dad tells my mom to speed up a little, but she ignores him. If the cul-de-sac was a clock, we would have entered at 6 and crawled our way backward around a guy that approached our car when we were close to 10 on this hypothetical diagram. My dad talks about speeding up at about the 9 mark. When our car gets to a hypothetical 7, we're almost out of the loop. My hands are still over my little sister's ears, and I'm periodically leaning over so that she could see me, and the act of doing this, I believe, saved my life. When our car got closer to the exit, everyone's attention had been focused straight out the front windshield. So I get my head down close to my little sister's, quietly reassure her that we're almost out of there. She was 2 at the time, and the sound of a bottle rocket igniting had quickly sent her into tears again. I stayed hunched over her, whispering, trying to soften her cries, but right after the bottle rocket hissed into the sky, there was a round of 6 back-to-back booms, louder than any of the others. It's so loud, the window next to me completely shatters. The glass that didn't fly into my hair falls into a pile in the seat that I'm buckled into. Almost right after my window disintegrated, the rear windshield behind me shattered into a million pieces. My ears were ringing and I had no clue what was going on. In this shock, the only thing I knew to do was stay over my sister. My parents were yelling in the front seat, but I couldn't hear everything they were saying, and then I felt my body get pulled back into my seat. Our car engine revved loudly, and a cold wind began rushing into the back seat through the open area where my window used to be. As my mom retraced our way back to the main roads, she slid into some cars out of the neighborhood, but none were enough to slow her down. When the noise of the fireworks and the crowd were gone, my mom frantically starts asking if everyone's all right. Me and my sister are okay. My legs were cut up from some of the broken glass, but none of it landed on my sister. My mom starts typing in directions to the closest emergency room. Typing on the GPS, she asks again, directing the question at my dad. "William, are you all right?" His breathing was labored. It sounded like he was in pain when he took a breath to reply. He tells my mom no. It feels like a hot poker was stabbed into his shoulder blade. My mom releases the death grip that she'd had on the steering wheel, and the knuckles in her fingers crack when she reaches over to feel around his back. Her hand is reeled back in horror, and as my dad let out a low grunt filled with agony, the palm of her hand was wet with blood, and the back of my dad's shirt was soaked. Both hands on the wheel, my mom's again white-knuckling it to Tacoma General. When we got to the emergency room, my mom unbuckled her seatbelt, ran inside screaming for assistance. The keys are still in the ignition, and it sits diagonal and idle in the patient drop-off while the doctors run a stretcher out to the car and drag my dad onto it. Every little moment from his chair to the gurney makes him scream out in pain. Then he, the doctors, and my mom all run inside, with me and my sister being left alone in the car until my mom comes back out to get us and repark the car. When she gets in, I ask what happened to Dad. My legs were lacerated and bloody from the broken glass, and that's what I thought had happened to him. It wasn't, though. My dad was bleeding a lot more than my cuts were. His blood hadn't soaked his favorite Sonics t-shirt by way of glass cuts. His blood was coming from a bullet wound. The bullet chipped his collarbone and broke a rib before it slowed down 2 centimeters from his lung. We all sat quietly in the waiting room, my legs swinging nervously. The reality of what had just happened hadn't fully sunk in yet, but the image of my dad's bloodied body, it replayed over and over in my head. Finally, after what seemed like the whole day, my mom returned from the trauma unit. Her face was pale and her hands were shaking, but she also looked relieved. "He's going to be okay," she said, her voice cracking. "They stopped the bleeding. They're monitoring him now. The doctors say he's really lucky." Hearing that, it made some sort of tension in my chest loosen up a bit. My dad wasn't out of the woods yet, but he was alive. When we were finally able to see him later, my dad sat up in his hospital bed looking weaker than I'd ever seen him look. But he managed a faint smile as we entered. He took a shallow breath, winced, and gave us a nod. "I'll be fine," he said hoarsely. "We're all fine. That's what matters." And he was right. We were fine, but we weren't the same. Something about that day changed us all a little bit. In the weeks and months that followed, my dad worked hard to recover physically, but the mental scars were harder to heal. We struggled. The sound of a car backfiring or a sudden loud noise would send us into a panic. None of us could look at an emergency room without our stomachs turning. That day left some scars, some visible, some invisible, but it also left us with a fierce gratitude for the second chance we were given. Life would never be exactly the same, but we were alive and we had each other. And for that, I'm still thankful. My grandparents live way out in the country, like gravel roads, no street lights, and their closest neighbor is a cornfield. It's that kind of country. Every summer, my parents would drop me off for a couple of weeks while they took care of things back home. I didn't mind. I liked it out there. I liked how time felt slower. The air smelled like sun-baked dirt. It was quiet in a way that made you notice your own thoughts, and I liked that. Behind the house was a stretch of land, a thin strip of woods, an old shed that leaned too far to the left, and a dry basin that everyone called the sand pit. Supposedly it used to be a pond before it dried up sometime in the 80s. Now it was cracked earth, brittle weeds, and silence. I played out there all the time, dug little tunnels, pretended I was on a different planet. Grandpa didn't like me going too far into it, said the ground was soft in spots, said there were snakes. He never raised his voice, just got quiet if you didn't listen. Real quiet. That was worse than yelling. The last summer I stayed there, I was 11. It was hot. It was one of those stretches where the air feels really heavy and even the cicadas start to give up. I brought a fan, snacks, and books and made a little hideout under one sickly-looking tree at the edge of the pit. And that's when I saw the first hole. It was maybe the size of a dinner plate, perfectly round, edges sharp, like it had been cut into the earth instead of dug. I dropped a rock inside and waited. I never heard it hit the bottom. I moved on, thinking it was a burrow or something. The next day, there were more, all evenly spaced, like they'd been placed there. No piles of displaced dirt, no drag marks, just holes, dark, silent holes. I told my grandpa. He came to the screen door, stared out toward the pit, then said nothing. After that, he stopped going outside entirely. He started sitting in his recliner all day with the TV off, just staring out the window, like he was waiting for something. One night, I found him in the kitchen, standing barefoot, staring at the floor with his head cocked slightly, like he was listening for a knock coming from under the house. I asked if he was okay. He didn't answer at first. Then, softly, like it hurt to say, he murmured, "You need to stop going out there." Why? They don't like being noticed. I thought he meant animals, foxes, coyotes. I asked what they were, but he just turned and walked away. I didn't listen. The next morning, the tree that I always sat under had shifted. Its roots were poking out from the dirt now, twisted, exposed, like the ground beneath it had been disturbed, like something had pushed up from underneath. I told my grandma. She gripped the edge of the sink and said, "Don't bring that up again," and made me promise not to mention it to my grandfather. That night, I couldn't sleep. I looked outside the guest room window, toward the pit. Grandpa was out there. He was standing in the center, bathed in pale moonlight, unmoving. He was facing one of the holes. I watched, frozen, thinking maybe he'd passed out or fallen. Then he lifted one hand slowly, like he was reaching down to touch the rim of the hole. But he didn't touch it, just hovered there, hand trembling slightly, head tilted, like he was listening. The next morning, he was back in his chair, humming something tuneless and low. He never acknowledged it, and I never asked. I left 2 days later. Never went back for summer after that. A few months ago, my parents told me Grandpa had passed. Natural causes, they said. Grandma was selling the property. It's strange. All this time, and that's what brought the memory back. I hadn't thought about the sand pit in years, but now I can't stop thinking about it. I keep picturing that empty stretch of land behind the house, those holes, the way the ground felt soft in certain places, the way Grandpa stood out there in the dark, like he was waiting for something. Look, I'll be the first to admit that I wasn't looking for anything serious. I'd just gotten divorced, moved back to my hometown, and wanted a little fun. Nothing complicated, no strings attached. And that's how I ended up seeing Luke, my friend's boyfriend's cousin. He was cute, had that country boy charm. He'd just broken up with his high school sweetheart a few months ago. I guess by broken up, I mean that she was still very much in the denial stage. I just didn't know that yet. I'd never heard of Krista before, but I'd learned later that everyone in town knew about her. She was the kind of ex that didn't believe in the word ex, the kind that shows up at your job unannounced, the kind that makes fake profiles to see what you're up to, the kind that, apparently, wasn't afraid of a little vehicular homicide. Again, I just didn't know that yet. Luke and I were doing what country people do, driving around aimlessly at night, windows down, music low, talking about everything and nothing. We weren't in a rush, just killing time, rolling through empty roads, when I noticed a car behind us, close behind. Luke, that car is... Before I could even finish my sentence, bam, the truck lurched forward. My seatbelt cut into my chest as my head snapped back against the headrest. My stomach dropped. What the hell? I gasped, turning around. It was Krista. And she wasn't just following us. She was chasing us. I remember Luke swearing under his breath and hitting the gas. His old truck wasn't built for high-speed chases, obviously, but that didn't stop him from trying. We whipped down the side street, but Krista stayed right behind us. Then, another hit. Bam. The impact sent us skidding sideways. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like my ribs were rattling. I remember screaming at Luke, oh my God, what is she doing?" Luke was gripping the wheel so tight his knuckles were white. "Being f***ing crazy, that's what," he responded. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking as I dialed 911. It rang once, twice. No answer. "You've got to be kidding me." I actually screamed at my phone. I tried again. Still nothing. Meanwhile, Krista hit us again. This time, hard enough that the tires screeched against the pavement. "Luke, we have to go somewhere." "The police station." "Yes, go." Luke swerved onto the main road, and for the first time, I thought we might actually get away. Krista's car fell back just a little, but I wasn't about to celebrate yet. My entire body was buzzing with adrenaline. My hands ached from gripping the door handle like I could somehow hold myself in place if she hit us again. We finally pulled into the police station parking lot, and for the briefest, stupidest second I felt relief, until I looked around. No cars. No officers. No one. It was completely deserted. "Are you f***ing kidding me?" I yelled, throwing my hands up, asking someone, "Where the hell are the cops?" Luke slammed the truck into park, breathing hard. This is some horror movie shit. Then, bam, she hit us again. I let out a scream, more from frustration than fear at this point. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. Luke threw his door open, stepping out with the exhausted rage of a man who had absolutely had enough. "Krista, stop!" he shouted, marching towards her car. Her door flew open, and she was out in a second, her blonde hair wild, her eyes locked on me like a heat-seeking missile. "Get out of the truck, Stephanie!" she shrieked. I did not. I sat my ass firmly in that seat, clutching my phone like it was a weapon. Luke stepped between us, trying to keep her back. "You need to calm the f*** down." "I'll show you calm, you lying piece of shit." Just then, headlights flooded into the parking lot. A police car pulled in at what could only be described as the slowest possible speed for a person who had just witnessed an attempted murder via car. Krista barely noticed. She was still trying to get past Luke, arms swinging, voice shaking with rage. That was until two officers finally decided to do their damn job. The second Krista lunged again, they tackled her to the ground like she was a fullback going for a touchdown. I flinched as they pinned her down, her screams turning into a wailing mess of "Get off of me" and "Luke, tell them I'm not crazy." Luke just stood there, hands on his hips, looking like he'd aged 5 years in one night. Eventually, the officers dragged her inside, locking her up for the night. Her mascara was streaked, her hair was a mess. She was still cursing my entire bloodline. I sat there in silence, feeling the weight of what just happened settle in. Then, out of nowhere, I just started laughing. Luke turned, giving me a look like, "Are you okay?" I shook my head, still laughing. "No, this is insane. She literally tried to kill us, and the police show up after we get battered like a frickin' piñata, and I don't know, it's crazy." He sighed, rubbing his face, telling me that it was fucking ridiculous. I leaned back, exhaling hard. Well, at least she's going to jail. For a little while, anyway. Because the next afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was my friend. Guess who bailed Krista out? I frowned at my screen. No way. But before my friend could even confirm, a second text came through from Luke. Sorry, I can't see you anymore, and I'm really sorry about last night. I dropped my phone on my lap and stared at it for a long time. And then I picked it back up and typed, So, when's the wedding? Luke sent back a laughing emoji. I don't think he realized I wasn't really joking. And yeah, they did eventually get married, which is fine. They totally deserve each other. There was this road that I used to bike down all the time. It was quiet, lined with trees, and stretched out just far enough from town that it felt like a nice escape. Peaceful, even. I'd take it whenever I visited my ex's parents' house. Just a long stretch of pavement cutting through the countryside. Nothing remarkable about it. At least that's what I thought. It was a regular afternoon, broad daylight, when I was walking through the college town area heading back home. It wasn't packed, but it wasn't a deserted day either. People were going about their day, and I felt completely safe. A little bit later on my walk, a beige car slowed beside me. Hey, need a ride? I glanced over. The guy behind the wheel was leaning towards me, smiling a wide smile. Something about him made my stomach tighten. Not just the fact that a grown man was offering a ride to a girl walking alone, but the way that he was watching me, studying me. I didn't say a word, didn't shake my head, didn't acknowledge him at all. I just kept walking. For a second, I thought he was gone. But as I turned onto my destination street, I saw it. The same car. He had pulled ahead of me and was now turning onto my block, like he had already known where I was going. My pulse spiked, but I told myself it was a coincidence, just a stupid coincidence. Then he gunned the engine and swerved to cut me off. Before I could react, the driver's side door flew open. He was out of the car and coming towards me fast. I felt my whole body seize up. I didn't think, I didn't hesitate. I just ran. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps slamming against the pavement. I didn't dare look back. I just sprinted down the street, scanning wildly for help, for anyone. And then I saw, flashing red and blue lights a little further down the block, a cop had pulled someone over. I screamed. The second I started yelling for the police, the guy skidded to a stop. For one terrifying moment, I thought that he might lunge anyway, taking his chances. But then he turned, bolted back to his car, and sped off. By the time I reached the officer, gasping for breath, the car was already gone, disappearing around the corner. I tried to explain what had happened, but I could barely get the words out. The cop took a basic description, asked if I was okay, and then that was it. Nothing to do, nowhere to go from there. I didn't sleep that night. Days passed, then weeks. I tried to push it out of my mind. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe he was just some creep trying his luck. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. And then the news broke. A man had been caught abducting and murdering women in town. They showed his mugshot, and my whole body went cold. It was him, the beige car, the too wide smile, the man who had tried to grab me in broad daylight. Then they show where he'd been dumping the bodies. That peaceful, quiet road, the one I used to bike down. I just stared at the screen, my stomach twisting into knots. That road, the one that I'd ridden on so many times without a second thought, was where he had disposed of the women he actually caught. And if that cop hadn't been there that day, I wouldn't be telling this story. I work at a cafe in downtown Anchorage. Quite a few homeless shelters in range and a huge drug problem. One day I'm working behind the bar, and this redhead kid, probably in his early 20s, sits down in our seating area, starts chanting shit under his breath. After a minute or two, he starts moving his hands around like he's casting a spell. Then he gets up, starts yelling and disturbing everyone. I walk over to him and tell him he needs to leave for the day. Dude looks me straight in the eye and says, "This is all a giant game. I'll fucking kill you with one finger." At this point, whatever. I get death threats a lot down here. No biggie. Shoo him on his way, and that's that. Fast forward to when we're closing up, around 9 p.m., so not technically a night shift, but it still counts. I lock the doors, and I start heading to the parking garage where my car is. It's probably about 6 blocks away. Not a big deal. Winter up here is insanely dark, so it's already pretty creepy in downtown. About a block or two of walking, and I hear this hissing noise. I freak the fuck out because I can't see anyone around. I pick up the pace a bit, and then I hear hurried footsteps in the snow behind me. Fuck that. I book it to the staircase for the garage because I wasn't going to wait for the elevator. I'm about a staircase up and I hear the door that I just went through slam shut. I finally make it to my car and I get in as fast as possible. I look around and lo and behold, there's the redhead from earlier. Only this time he's fucking furious. He sees me in my car and books at full speed, starts hitting my windows and screaming, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." I door checked him and drove the fuck away. I called the cops the next morning and they found the dude. Apparently he thinks he's in the Illuminati and completely corroborated my story to the police. Small jail time and 1 restraining order later. Never seen him again since. Shit like this happens a lot. We didn't have a real Boy Scout or Brownie Scout troop when I was a kid, but we did have a few parents who took kids camping during summer breaks. We didn't earn badges or anything like that. We mostly went hiking and roasted marshmallows with the occasional ghost story. We were a small group, usually a couple of adults and 5 or 6 kids, but there were only 4 of us the last time I went. My friend's dad and uncle had taken us to a spot that we'd been to a dozen or more times. There was nothing new or different about it from any other trips. We had 4 tents, 1 for each of the adults and 2 for the kids. That first night, we went to bed around 10, but only the adults actually went to sleep. After an hour, we were bored and we decided to go exploring. We went back up the same small trail that we'd hiked that morning, one that we had all been on countless times. There was a gnarly, twisted tree that was always used as a turnaround point, but we didn't see it that time. We walked for what felt like too long, and finally realized we didn't see anything that looked familiar. Our flashlights weren't anything fancy, so we had just been pointing them at the ground and talking the whole time. No one had really paid attention to where we were going. Assuming that we passed the tree, we turned back. Again, too much time had passed. We still never saw the tree or anything familiar. It was starting to look like we turned onto a different trail or something, but we didn't recognize anything. We knew the whole area well. One of us should have recognized something. That's about the time that we started hearing movement in the woods. It sounded like a big animal, but the biggest thing that we have is black bears, and none of us had ever seen one around the campsite. We tried to find the source with our flashlight, but the trees were too thick to see anything. Whatever it was coming closer, so we walked away. And then it started running, so we started running. Its footsteps were way heavier than a person's, and we could hear tree limbs breaking as it rushed through the woods. I've never run so fast in my life. I assumed the others were behind me, but I was too afraid to actually look back. I'm not sure how far or how long we ran, but eventually I fell down. Two of my friends were behind me and stopped to pull me up. That's when we realized it was quiet again. Nothing was chasing us, and we recognized the path we were on, finally. I'm not sure how we got to it. It was a different one from where we started, and they weren't supposed to connect, but we never actually left the trail. We yelled for our missing friend, but he never appeared. It was almost daylight, even though we hadn't been gone nearly long enough for the sun to be up. So we went back to camp. We hoped our friend would already be there, but we only found two angry, hungover chaperones looking everywhere for us. It felt like we were gone for maybe an hour or two, but it had been over 6 hours. We were made to stay at camp while the adults went to look for our missing friend. They were gone for over an hour and came back empty-handed. We called the police after that and spent the rest of the day being interviewed while search and rescue took over. They never found a trace of our friend or anything that could have been chasing us. Everyone treated us like we made the whole thing up, but they never found any discrepancies in our stories. There were no more camping trips after that. Nobody would have wanted to go even if someone had tried to organize one. A lot of people blamed the chaperones, even though they genuinely did nothing wrong. I just have no frickin' clue what happened that night, no matter how many times I tell this story. I happened to be driving back home in the country region of my home state when I came across an accident that had possibly happened within the last 15 minutes. There was another car parked nearby, so I assumed that they had stopped to help as well. But as I checked the site to triage the victims, I couldn't see anyone else who was checking victims. I had already called for an ambulance and police, and they arrived almost together. I told the cops that there was 1 fatality and 3 injured, and he said that the ambulance guys went to get the injured out first. As I was helping them extract 1 injured girl from her car, I noticed the door was open on the front passenger side, but no one was in the seat. The seatbelt had been cut away. I looked to see if there was a trail, and I could see traces of blood heading away from the car. I told one of the cops, and we started to follow the trail. As we ran along, we could hear a girl crying out, so we knew she was injured. She'd probably run away in shock. We finally broke through the bushes into a small clearing and stopped. We couldn't believe what was happening. There were 2 men with her, and they were trying to get her clothes off, but she still had enough strength to resist them. As the cop called out for them to stop, I ran forward and punched the person nearest to me with a very hard punch to the side of his head. He went down and didn't move as I turned to the second one, but the cop had already had him and was calling for backup. As he went to get the one that I'd punched, I asked him if I could get a minute alone with the other one, who was now in handcuffs. He looked at me with a real serious look, told me that he could do in 15 seconds with his truncheon what I could do with him in a minute. I left it to him and went to the girl who was shivering and sobbing in shock. I gave her my jacket to wear. Other cops arrived and grabbed the 2 men and dragged them away. I stayed with the girl until the paramedics arrived. As I made my way back to the accident site, I could hear the satisfying sound of the 2 men crying out. I used to work at a pub that was 2 miles from my house. My shift ended at about 11 one night. I stayed for a couple of drinks and then started walking home. Now, this had been an exceptional night for me tip-wise, and I had close to $400 in cash on me at the time. Between the pub and my house was exactly 1 streetlight, about a quarter mile from the pub. The rest of the walk was in complete darkness. This was a dark night, too. It was close to the new moon and cloudy to boot, so it was almost pitch black. And I live out in the boonies, so there isn't even much light pollution to help out. Not long after I leave the pub, a car slowly drives by me. About a quarter mile down the road, the car slows to a stop, and it just sits there. I stop walking and watch the car. It sits for a few minutes, then slowly drives away. A couple of minutes later, the same car comes slowly driving back by me in the opposite lane. It gets by me, drives a bit down the road, and slows to a stop again. And then it does a U-turn, starts creeping back down the road towards me with the lights off. At this point, I'm fucking terrified. I didn't have a cell phone at the time. There's no one around to see what's going on. The car is between me and the pub, so I can't get back to the pub safely. My house is still about 1.5 miles away. No way I can quickly escape there. I quickly run off the road into the woods, duck down behind a bush. I watch for the car, but it's too dark to see it with its lights off, and the bushes and tree undergrowth between me and the road doesn't help. I sit there for about 10 minutes. I don't see or hear anything. I'm about to make my way back to the road when I hear car doors closing. Now I'm really panicking. It feels like my chest is about to explode. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. I keep imagining someone sneaking up behind me. I stay hidden. Hope to God whoever it is doesn't find me. I don't know how long I stay there, but I eventually hear the car doors again. Then, cars passing by. I give it a couple of minutes, then ease back to the road. When I see it's clear, I haul ass back to the pub, let my boss know what happened. He said then and there that I'm never to walk home alone again. Either him, his brother, or his mom would give me a lift home. When the other servers and the kitchen staff hear what happens, they say the same thing. I've never been so terrified in my life. I worked overnight at a Subway inside of a 24-hour truck stop. One night around 3 a.m., a guy came in. Wasn't sure if he was drunk or intellectually disabled, but he seemed a bit off. He asked if I had a sandwich for him, and I thought that he meant he called in an order. I asked his name, and he took a few steps forward, and I saw that he was covered in blood. He told me I didn't need to know his name and to just make him a fucking sandwich. The truck stop hired off-duty state troopers to work security for part of the night, and we were all friendly. I asked the girl at the gas station counter to ask Hitchcock, the off-duty officer, to come help me with a customer. The officer was alerted to a problem without the guy realizing. The officer came out and saw a trail of blood leading up to the guy, and when he walked up, the guy tried to run. They arrested him and found out that he'd been stabbed, but that he'd also stabbed another man to death and was gassing up the car, getting food to go on the run. He was in shock, didn't realize he was covered in blood. I was driving home after another late night at work. The road was pitch black, the kind of darkness that kind of swallows everything around it except for the narrow beam of your headlights. Out here in the middle of nowhere, it was just me, the trees, the occasional nocturnal animal darting across the road. My house wasn't much further, just 1 mile, and I'd be safe inside. And then, out of nowhere, a figure burst from the woods and staggered into the road. I barely had time to react. I swerved hard, adrenaline instantly flooding my veins as my tires skidded on the gravel road. The figure was a woman, her body illuminated in the flash of my headlights. She was covered in blood. Her face was that of someone who was terrified, and she screamed, waved her arms frantically. My first instinct immediately wasn't heroic. I was panicked. My heart pounded as I veered around her, gripping the steering wheel, So tightly I remember my knuckles cracking. For a fleeting, shameful moment, I thought about just driving on. But as soon as she disappeared from my rearview mirror, guilt and fear overtook me. What if she was seriously hurt? What if she needed help? What kind of person would I be if I just left her there? I slammed on the brakes, and the woman was running towards my car now, limping, clutching her side. She looked like she could collapse at any moment. I unlocked the door and rolled down the window. My voice was shaking as I asked, "Are you okay? What happened?" Her words spilled out in a frantic rush, barely coherent. Her boyfriend had attacked her, beaten her, and he wasn't far behind. He was in the woods, she said, chasing her. The way her wide, desperate eyes darted toward the tree line made my stomach hurt. "Get in," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. The second she climbed in, I hit the lock button and stomped on the gas. My hands were trembling on the wheel. I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see a shadowy figure charging out of the woods. "We need to call the police," I said, fumbling for my phone with one hand while keeping the other on the wheel. My brain felt like it was moving through molasses. I was struggling to process what was happening while also scanning the road ahead and the darkness behind us. Her voice cracked as she begged me, "Please don't stop. Just don't stop. He'll catch us." I had no intention of stopping, though I doubted he was going to catch up with us on foot, certainly not with how I was driving. But there was no way I was going to wait on the side of the road with some violent maniac on our heels. I did call 911, my voice shaky as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. The operator asked me to wait for an officer to arrive at our location, but I cut her off, my voice sharper than I intended. "No, I'm not waiting. I'm taking her to the hospital. If he's out here, I'm not sitting on the side of the road like a sitting duck." The dispatcher relented, agreeing to have officers meet us at the hospital. I pushed the car as fast as I could dare. My eyes were flickering between the road, the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights. When we finally reached the hospital, the bright lights of the emergency entrance felt like a lifeline. 2 police cruisers were already waiting, their blue and red lights flashing. I pulled into the drop-off lane, and the woman bolted out of my car, collapsing into the arms of a waiting nurse. I sat there for a moment, gripping the wheel. My body was still vibrating with adrenaline. Even as the police took my statement, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man that she was running from might have been closer than I realized, just out of sight, watching us the whole time. I woke up to the feeling of being watched. You know the eerie sensation, the one that prickles at the back of your neck, tightens your chest a bit, forces your body into full alertness before your brain even catches up. That's what did it. No sound, no movement, just an instinct so raw and undeniable that it ripped me from sleep like a bucket of ice water to the face. My eyes flickered open, and for a second I thought I was dreaming. There was a man standing over me, a stranger. I wanted to scream. I wanted to move. I wanted to do anything other than lie there like a corpse. But my body refused to cooperate. Every muscle locked up, my breath caught in my throat, my heart hammering so hard that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Sleep paralysis. That's what I told myself. That had to be it. I'd read about it before, waking up frozen, hallucinating figures in the room, the sensation of being trapped in your own body. That's all this was. A bad dream, a glitch in my brain. But then he moved. A slow, deliberate tilt of his head as he looked down at me and got closer, like he was studying something fragile. I forced my eyes closed. That wasn't a hallucination. That wasn't my imagination. That was real, and I was completely helpless. I don't know how long he stood there, watching me, Maybe seconds, maybe minutes. Time didn't make sense in that moment. I kept my breathing slow and even, forcing myself to stay limp, praying that if he thought I was still asleep, he'd leave. Eventually, he did. He turned and walked out of my bedroom, and after a few agonizing moments, I heard my front door close. I opened my eyes. I don't know how long I stayed frozen, waiting, listening, barely daring to breathe. When I finally convinced myself he was gone, I shot up, scrambling for my phone with trembling hands. I had to call someone, the police, a friend, anyone. But something stopped me. I had to make sure I wasn't crazy, that my brain wasn't playing some sort of trick on me. So I got up, heart pounding, stepped out of my room, inching towards the kitchen like I expected him to still be there. The apartment was eerily silent. Nothing looked out of place. No doors had been forced open. No windows shattered. And my door was locked. But then I saw it, sitting on my kitchen table, placed so deliberately that there was no way I could have overlooked it before. A box cutter. Not mine. I stared at it, nausea rolling through my stomach. The realization hit me all at once, sending a cold shockwave through my body and fuzziness through my head. Someone had been in my apartment. He was real. And not only that, he left something behind. A weapon. I called the police. They took my statement, asked 100 questions, but I had no answers. I hadn't seen his face in the dark. I had no idea how he got in. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing stolen. But I wasn't the only one. A week later, the complex sent out an email. One of the maintenance workers had been fired for letting himself into apartments without permission. They never gave his name, never admitted what he'd done, just a vague corporate apology and a promise that he was no longer employed with them. Well, I never slept in that apartment again. I don't usually travel alone, but this time I had no choice. A work-related trip, short notice, and hotels were either booked or way out of my budget. I found a cozy-looking Airbnb, just a small one-bedroom with a private bath. The photos looked fine, the reviews were decent and recent, and the host had a good rating. It wasn't in a bad area either. Quiet, suburban, the kind of place where people walk their dogs in the morning and wave to their neighbors. From the moment I stepped inside, though, something felt off. It wasn't obvious. The place was clean. It felt bare, if anything. A bed, small table, a kitchenette, a single piece of artwork hanging above the bed, a bland, mass-produced print, the kind that you see in waiting rooms. The bathroom was tiny but functional. It wasn't the space itself that bothered me. It was just this nagging, persistent sensation that I was being watched. I did naturally try to shake it off. Of course, it just had to be nerves from staying in an Airbnb for the first time, something I'd never really done. Maybe it was just the unfamiliarity of being alone in a stranger's home. But the feeling, it wouldn't go away. I locked the door and did a quick check around the unit, looked out the window. The yard was empty. The street was quiet. I stepped outside just for a minute, glancing at the neighboring houses, checking for anything or anyone watching me. Nothing. Still, the unease lingered. By the time I got ready for bed, I couldn't stand it anymore. That suffocating awareness, like unseen eyes pressing in. I'd sort of hoped that maybe when I stepped into the bathroom it would disappear, but it was the same. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, but I opted to skip the shower. Eventually, I forced myself to go to bed. Nothing happened during the night, no noises, no disturbances, and yet as soon as morning came, the feeling was back, stronger. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I decided then and there that I wasn't staying another night. As I hurried to pack, I knocked something off the bedside table. It was just a pen, but when I bent down to pick it up, I saw something. Tiny glint of light. I froze. It was so brief, barely noticeable. A reflection from something. I stood up, scanning the room, but I saw nothing unusual. Still, my gut told me to look closer. So at that point, I was moving methodically, inspecting every surface, every object, and then my eyes landed on that framed print above the bed. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I reached up, lifted it off the wall, and there it was. A tiny camera, hidden behind the frame. It was obvious now. There was a hole in the poster, and this lens fit perfectly. But it blended into the photo masterfully. Of course, I felt sick. My entire body went ice cold as I stared at that little lens that had been watching me, recording me most likely. I don't remember much after that. I grabbed my bag, got the hell out of there, and reported everything to Airbnb. I don't know what happened to the listing or the host, other than it got removed, but I never got a follow-up. To this day, I wonder how many people stayed there before me, how many never realized they were being watched, and worst of all, how many more places like this are out there. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. Go back to bed, he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. I knew there would be somewhere I could send my story. It's the only time I've dealt with someone like this. I didn't even know this condition existed until it was shown to me in all of its unhinged glory. I worked at a fast food restaurant, and as I'm bringing out an order from the kitchen, I have a tray full of nuggets and fries that I'm supposed to deliver to a table. Out of nowhere, the store manager steps in my way looking pissed. He sometimes acted weird, but this was a whole new level of weird. The veins in his neck were bulging while he sucked in air, towering over me. I almost dropped the tray of food, but find its balance before all of the food fell. I say something like, "Whoa, Garrett," literally something that small, "Whoa, Garrett," and he totally flipped his lid in front of everyone. All of the customers saw it. Everyone working in the back came out to watch him go off on me. It was embarrassing to have him yell at me like that, and I had no idea what he was ranting about. He started by yelling, "Is it really you this time?" I reply, "Yep, it's me." None of us on staff were aware of his condition. We didn't know the signs to watch out for or what to do in a moment of crisis. He says, "Are you sure you weren't the bitch at the store following me around? How long have you been stalking me? I knew it was you dressed up yesterday too, riding my ass in the car behind me." I told him that I take the bus. I even went as far as setting the food on the table to pull my bus pass out of my pocket, but he refused to believe me. The cooks vouched for me that I'd been there all day, but he accused them of being in on it with me, in on whatever story he'd made up in his head about me. Meanwhile, people got out their phones and started recording it. I was thinking I was going to need one of those videos for a lawsuit if things escalated further. He paced back and forth, listing off other instances where he'd seen me, in disguise, following him around. He was threatening to kill me if I kept doing it. A couple of coworkers had to pull him out of the restaurant so he could cool off. He wasn't even scheduled to be working that day. He came in with the sole purpose of yelling at me. He didn't come back that day, or ever again, I think. I quit soon after that went down, but what I heard is that when he left the restaurant, he got into a minor fender bender and ended up beating a lady half to death. He was arrested but mentally unfit to stand trial. The guy had documented schizophrenia. While on his medication, he was able to function. He worked his way up to manager at our store. Nobody knew. But either he stopped taking his meds or this new diagnosis was something unavoidable. But it's called Frigoli syndrome, and it's scary stuff. First and only person I've ever met with it. Back in 2021, my husband and I were camping in Wyoming at the Boysen Reservoir. We got really lucky. We were able to book a beachfront site directly leading to the water, but the downside was that it was very, very far away from the other campsites. We were essentially isolated from everyone else. At the time, though, it sounded like a dream come true. The thing about Wyoming is that it's so desolate to the point where it's pitch black and eerily dead silent once the sun is gone. We set up our camp, enjoyed our fire, but shortly after that, a random SUV with blacked out windows came driving down our road and into our site. They drove towards us. My husband tried to wave at them in case they were lost and needed help, but instead they ignored us and drove down to the beach, stayed there for about 5 minutes, turned around and went back up the way they came. We immediately got a bad vibe. My husband told me to throw everything in the car, and he kept shining the flashlight toward the beach because he had a feeling that they had dropped someone off to watch us. After we packed up, we got in the car and hauled ass. Lo and behold, the same car drove back into our campsite, and when they saw us leaving, they actually started to chase us. Mind you, the roads in Wyoming are bumpy and unkept, especially in the wilderness. On top of that, enormous wildlife that wanders in and out of the streets. My husband said, "I have to go fast. Are you okay with that?" And I said, "Just go and get us out of here." We were easily going over 80 miles an hour down these windy roads and even through a canyon. They were on our tail for about 10 minutes until we lost them after passing through the canyon. Most terrifying experience of our lives. We think about it to this day, wonder what could have happened if we didn't listen to our gut at that moment. April 14th, 2010. My brother and I had spent the afternoon at a local game center, losing ourselves in the noise of arcade machines flashing lights. After about 3 hours, as the day began to turn into night, we headed home. Once I got back, I grabbed my Sony Ericsson phone, plugged in my earphones, and settled in for the evening. It wasn't long after, maybe a few minutes past 7, when there was a knock on the door. I pulled out my earphones and opened the door to find 3 friends from the game center standing there. I greeted them casually, but their expressions were serious. They told me something had happened back at the game center and that I needed to come and clear my name. Without thinking much of it, I agreed, something I would later regret deeply. As we made our way back to the shop, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The other boys were unusually quiet. Despite my attempts to chat with them, they offered no response, and their silence was unsettling. When we arrived at the game center, I was taken aback by the sight of a large crowd gathered just outside. As soon as I stepped into full view, someone seized me by the arm. Confused and panicked, I struggled to get free, but before I could say anything, fists started flying. The crowd was upon me, delivering blow after blow. I tried to scream, but the words got stuck in my throat. Tears streamed down my face as they lifted me off the ground and tied me to an electrical pole. The pain of everything was unbearable. I'd chipped a tooth and blood was pouring from my mouth. It was then that I began to piece together what was happening. People were shouting accusations at me, calling me a thief. They claimed that I had stolen a mobile phone. My heart sank. I hadn't touched anyone's phone, let alone stolen one. I pleaded, screaming over the roar of the mob that I was innocent, but the cries fell on deaf ears. My protests only seemed to fuel their anger. Someone picked up a 2x4 plank and slammed it into my knee. This sent a wave of agony through my whole body. They slapped me, cursed me, and then, worst of all, they stripped me naked. Humiliated and broken, I still maintained my innocence, but no one cared. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, witnesses started to come forward, one by one. They all claimed to have seen me unplug the phone from its charger and pass it to an accomplice. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like I was living in someone else's nightmare. By now, it was late into the night. My vision was blurry, and I could barely see the faces of those who came to insult me, calling me every name under the sun. Some accused me of being responsible for a string of thefts in the area, but I had no one to defend me. I was alone in this brutal, unjust trial. This is in Nigeria, where the mob rules, where being from a different ethnic group can make you a target, where not speaking their language makes you an outsider in your own country. Desperate, I begged for them to take me to the police station. Maybe there I could have a chance. But instead, my plea only enraged them further. They saw my request as arrogance. The crowd turned more hostile, and that's when I saw it. The torchlight, the tires, and the kerosene. My heart stopped. I knew what was coming next. They were going to burn me alive. I started to weep uncontrollably. My body trembled with fear. I prayed for a miracle, and by some grace, that miracle came. Out of nowhere, a family friend named Chuck appeared. He'd been heading home from work when he noticed the crowd, and he came closer to investigate. To his horror, he saw me tied to the pole, barely conscious. Without wasting a second, he ran to get my brother and sisters, who had already been searching for me. They arrived just in time, but the mob resisted their attempts to free me. It wasn't until some respected figures from my community intervened that they were able to cut me loose. By that point, I was barely standing, my body battered and bruised, my spirit crushed. In a desperate effort to clear my name, my older brother quietly pulled the owner of the missing phone aside and asked for his phone number. The man, skeptical, told my brother there was no point, that they had tried calling the number earlier. The phone was switched off. But my brother insisted. Reluctantly, the man gave him his number. When my brother dialed the number, something incredible happened. The phone began to ring within the crowd. Everyone turned to follow the sound. It led them to a young boy. Shock rippled through the onlookers. They asked the boy where he got the phone, and he calmly replied, that his older brother had given it to him to take home. His brother had asked for the charger, so the boy came back to retrieve it. To my disbelief, it was one of the very friends who had come to fetch me from my house. I was stunned. He'd set me up to die, and for what? I couldn't understand why. I was rushed to the hospital that night, where I stayed for 3 days, recovering from injuries. In the days that followed, my family received countless apologies, and the owner of the game center offered me a free pass to the shop, though we moved out of the area before I could ever use it. I still carry the scars from that day, the deep cut on my forehead that required stitches, and the chipped tooth that served as a constant reminder. But the worst scars, they're the ones you can't see. I'll never forget how close I came to death, all because of a lie. To cut a long story short, there I was, working late shifts or doubles, exhausted, sitting in the back seat of a vehicle completely alone. 2 strange men sat in the front, and it didn't take me long to realize I wasn't safe. I knew without a doubt that they had no intention of letting me go. In my gut, I felt it. They were going to root me, kill me, and dump my body somewhere. The van idled in a desolate area. The only sound was the faint clicking of an empty booze bottle at my feet. There wasn't a single light in sight, except for the faint glow from my smartphone. It was in that moment, when the reality of the situation hit me like a punch to the gut, that my instincts kicked in. I knew I had one shot, just one chance to say something that might save my life. If I said the wrong thing, it was over. I wouldn't see my son again. I opened my mouth, praying I'd say something smart enough to get through to the man behind the wheel. Everything had been leading up to this moment, when I got into the staff transport that evening and saw that the driver wasn't our usual guy. He'd explained to us that he was the brother of the regular driver, and the man next to him was his friend. But then I noticed the empty beer bottles scattered on the floor and the heavy smell of alcohol. It all started to click. The guys in the van had been dropped off one by one, and I was the only woman left. I was the last passenger. Suddenly, I was seeing my life flash before my eyes. I realized that every single person who had been in the van could be a witness. They knew that I was the last person dropped off. That's when I said something. I can't remember the exact words, but whatever I said must have struck a chord, because the driver seemed to snap out of it. It was like he'd sobered up in an instant, realizing how badly this could end for him if anything happened to me. It was as if someone had slapped him across the face. Without a word, he quickly started the van, turned back onto the road, and pretended like he had just gotten lost. He drove me home, and I got out of the van by the skin of my teeth. I don't know if it was pure luck, the power of prayer, or something else, but I made it out that night alive. That night could have been my last, and I truly believe that if it weren't for that gut instinct and the fact that I had a smartphone with me back in 2008, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have gotten married or had 3 more sons. The gut feeling is real. Always trust your instincts. It's your God-given survival kit. I used to take the same bus home from work every night. It was late, usually after 10 p.m., and the ride was never too crowded. It wasn't the best part of town, but I'd gotten used to it. Headphones in, eyes on my phone, just counting the minutes until I'd be home. I wish I could say that the night felt different, that I somehow knew something bad was going to happen, but I didn't. The driver barely glanced at me as I swiped my card, as usual, and the few other passengers there sat in silence, staring straight ahead like they were afraid to make eye contact with anyone. This was pretty standard. I found a seat in the middle, close enough to the back door for a quick exit if I needed one, but not too far away from the driver either. I always did that, just a little safety measure that I'd picked up after living in the city for a while. The bus rumbled along and I was scrolling through my phone, trying to tune out the hum of the city outside. And that's when I noticed a man a few rows ahead of me. He was pacing, his eyes darting around nervously. His hands twitched at his sides, and every now and then he muttered something under his breath. And there was a woman sitting across the aisle from him. Her eyes were fixated on the floor, gripping her purse tightly. She kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, like she was trying not to draw attention to herself, but couldn't help watching him. I took out one of my earbuds to get a better sense of what was happening. The man's muttering was getting louder, more agitated. I couldn't make out the words, but there was something about his tone that put me on edge. Suddenly, he stopped pacing and turned to the woman. "You think I don't know what you did?" His voice was sharp and filled with accusation. The woman stiffened, her knuckles white as she clutched her purse. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said quietly, her voice trembling. The man took a step closer to her, his body tense. "You've been following me," he hissed. "I've seen you. You've been watching me for days." The whole bus seemed to hold its breath. No one moved, no one said anything. The driver kept his eyes on the road, either oblivious or too scared to intervene. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Something wasn't right. The woman looked terrified, but the man wasn't listening. He kept accusing her of things, of spying on him, of working for someone else. His words didn't make sense, but the fear in his voice was real. Then, in one quick, fluid motion, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a knife. The entire bus jolted with collective shock, but no one did anything. My body froze. I wanted to shout, to scream, but the words got stuck in my throat. The woman gasped, backing up against the window, her eyes wide with panic. "Please," she whispered. "I don't know you. I haven't done anything." The man's hand shook as he pointed the blade at her. "Liar," he spat. "You're trying to ruin me. You think I don't know." I knew I had to do something. My mind raced, searching for options, but I was stuck in my seat, paralyzed with fear. The other passengers were just as frozen, all of us too scared to act. Just as I was about to force myself to stand up, someone else made the first move. A guy sitting near the front, a big guy, maybe mid-30s. He stood up and stepped forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Hey man, let's all just calm down," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "No one's trying to hurt you. Put the knife away." The man with the knife spun around, eyes wild. "Stay out of this," he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. And then everything happened at once. This woman made a sudden move, trying to dash past him towards the front of the bus. In an instant, the man lunged at her. Slashing wildly with the knife, she screamed, stumbling backwards, clutching her arm where he had cut her. Blood soaked through her sleeve. The big guy charged forward, trying to grab the man, but it was too late. In the chaos, the man turned and swung the knife again. This time, the blade was caught in the guy's stomach. I watched as he crumbled to the floor. Panic erupted on the bus, people screaming, rushing for the exits. The driver slammed on the brakes, the bus screeching to a halt in the middle of the street. I pushed my way to the back door, stumbling onto the pavement, gasping for air. Behind me, I could still hear the woman sobbing, the big guy groaning in pain. The man with the knife was shouting incoherently, his voice drowned out by the chaos around us. I ran. I didn't stop until I was blocks away, my hands shaking, my mind reeling. It wasn't until I reached safety, the safety of my apartment, that I realized I was covered in someone's blood. After following up with the police, they told me that the big guy had survived, but just barely. The woman had been stabbed too, though she'd escaped with only minor injuries. They arrested the man with the knife at the scene, but no one ever figured out what had set him off. I'm going to assume mental illness. He had no motive, no real reason for attacking that woman. It could have just as easily been me or anyone else there. It was horrifying for everyone. This was in 1995. I heard a knock at the door at about 2 a.m. We owned our own business, a campground and a bed and breakfast. I was used to strangers coming and going, so this shouldn't have felt any different. But instinctively, I had this feeling. I had 2 little girls, 7 and 5, so my instincts about things were always high on my radar, unlike my husband who trusted everyone. A sign hung on our door indicating we were closed. The summer season had ended, campers were gone, winter was here. But on this particular night, we were both awakened by the harsh sound of continuous knocking and our doorbell ringing. Someone was outside and seemed frantic, to say the least, at this ungodly hour. I whispered to my husband, "Someone's out there. Who would be knocking at the door at this hour?" Fear gripped me almost immediately as I peeked out the warped glass of the old window from upstairs. Sparkling snow glittered under our yard light, but no signs of fresh tire tracks in the snow. That was strange. We lived in the country, a small village about less than an hour away from the RCMP's office in town close by. I immediately summarized everything up quickly in my head as my husband pulled on a pair of jeans to go downstairs. I threw on my housecoat and soon followed my husband downstairs. But it was too late. He had let the stranger in. My heart pounded uncontrollably as I hid behind the kitchen door, which led into the office, where this stranger stood with my husband. They talked. I listened quietly. "I have amnesia," he said. Bullshit, I thought immediately. "I don't know how I got here. Can I use your washroom?" he asked, completely off topic. I was even more suspicious than ever. As my husband led him to the washroom, with all of the lights still out in the house, I ran for our portable phone in the living room. I sat on my steps leading upstairs to where my babies were sleeping. I was shaking as I called 911. I told them about this very strange stranger in our home. "Please hurry," I said. The conversation continued after the stranger went back into the office. The light dangled from the ceiling, rocking slightly. I could see that he was in his 20s, tall with light brown hair. What was this guy up to, I thought. "How many people are staying here?" he asked. "And how many rooms are in this house?" said the stranger with amnesia. What the hell, I thought. I peeked out the crack of the door so that only my husband could see me. I shook my finger, no, 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 to my trusting husband. "Would you mind if I slept here tonight? I'm so tired." He was determined, I thought. This guy reeked of evil. I knew it way before anything would happen. My instincts had kicked into high gear. He was up to something. My only comfort was knowing that the police were on their way. My heart was pounding. I was sure this stranger could hear me. My husband continued this insane conversation with him. I knew that this could take a bad turn at any point. My husband reassures him that we don't have anywhere for him to sleep. The words were hardly out of my husband's mouth when the stranger eagerly insisted. "That's okay," he said. "I can sleep here on the floor. I'm not hard to please." Again, I peeked out, shaking my finger. No, no, no. The RCMP arrived before my trusting husband finally gave in. The 2 officers asked the stranger about his amnesia. "Do you have a wallet, John Doe?" said one of the officers sarcastically. He slowly produces his wallet from his back pocket. All of his identification was there. "Why didn't you just check your wallet to find out who you were?" said the officer as he patted down the stranger. a question I would have loved to hear him answer. He was handcuffed and led outside, but not before the officer got another call on his radio for another break-in down the road. He had been dropped off at our house while his buddies had gone on to another house down the road to terrorize an older couple. My instincts may have saved us that night. When I was a sophomore in high school, there was a series of attacks against girls by a temporarily unknown masked assailant. It all started with a girl from our senior class named Lynn. She was attacked in the parking lot during a football game. I hadn't been friends with her, but I was at the game and word spread quickly about what had occurred that night, right outside the gates. An older couple had found Lynn lying on the ground in a row of cars in the parking lot. The woman ran back to alert the police that were at the game while the man stayed with the unconscious Lynn. I didn't leave my seats in the stands, but from where I was, I could see the ambulance flying down the highway from across the football field, heading towards the school. Lynn had been hit in the back of the head with a heavy object. The attacker was wearing a hoodie and a bandana over the bottom of their face. He went at Lynn with a knife, but she either fought him off or caused enough of a scene to make him run away. Either way, she still sustained a few cuts and abrasions on her arms and legs from the struggle. The high school I went to was a relatively big one, but Lynn already had a reputation for being a bit of a drama queen, so rumors started that she had done it to herself for attention. But then, another girl was attacked, Courtney. This time it was after volleyball practice. She was leaving the back exit of the gym when the perpetrator struck. Courtney was also struck in the back of the head and immediately knocked unconscious. When a teammate found her, she'd been stabbed in the shoulder. This prompted a police investigation, and the rumors really started to fly around. Some were accusing other classmates, even some faculty members were brought in to speak with the police, but nobody was revealed to be a person of interest. Meanwhile, Lynn starts receiving messages from her attacker. The letters would be stuffed into her locker. They'd be filled with all sorts of threats of all kinds of abuse. Lynn's address was posted in the letters, along with Polaroid pictures of her house. She gave them to the police, but it still didn't help to narrow down their list of suspects. Then, another girl was attacked, Lauren. This time, it was at another football game. She, like the other girl, was attacked from behind with a blunt object. Her clothes were cut and torn with a knife, and she was punched multiple times. Then the person ran away. It was completely random, but at least a better description was formed. Lauren described them as medium height and even noted that they had long hair as they saw it escape through their hoodie. There were ski goggles and a bandana over the bottom of their face. After that, the whole school was on high alert for a while. Attendance at the games was noticeably lowered, and people started walking in groups wherever they went. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Lynn had stopped showing up to school, and it felt like this menace had full control over the staff and students. Kids volunteered to bring Lynn's homework to her, and kids would stop by to check on her. A real support system developed for Lynn because she was the only one of the victims that continued to be contacted by this person. The letters she was receiving were becoming more and more gross and shocking. Then, at the last home game of the season, an off-duty police officer that had been involved in the case sees Lynn's car parked in the south lot of the field. He thinks it's strange considering her absence from school, so he drives back to the north lot where the main gates are. But instead of parking and going into the game, he decides to sit and wait in his car for a while. His daughter at the time is a junior at the school. I think her name was Jessica. She's also at the game that night, and just before the second half of the game, Jessica receives a call on her cell phone. She leaves her seat from the stadium to walk out into the parking lot by herself. Meanwhile, the game is raging inside. Our team was predicted to be state champs that year, so the stands were full, and the crowd was rowdy and loud. Jessica didn't care about the game, though. She had other plans in mind when she left for her leisurely stroll that night. Her plan would come to fruition. Jessica had been slowly walking up and down the rows of cars for about 10 minutes when, aside from the crowd noise, she hears gravel getting kicked up from behind her. She realized she wasn't in the parking lot by herself, and whoever else was out there with her was approaching fast from behind. Then, just before the assailant could get close to her, a third voice disrupted their motion. A loud, deep voice screamed, "Freeze!" Jessica turns around to see the hooded figure only a few strides behind her. She can hear the metallic knife bounce off the concrete of the parking lot. That would-be attacker was so startled by the scream, they dropped their knife and started to flee. But Jessica's dad, the off-duty officer, was already sprinting toward the hooded figure. They weren't able to get enough momentum, and Jessica's dad tackles them to the ground with a hit reminiscent of the football game going on inside the stadium. Too good to be true? Perfect timing? No. Jessica and her dad had been doing this ever since the attack started, their own father-daughter sting operation, and that night, the bait was finally bit. As the dad stands over the suspect, they got the wind knocked out of them, and they were writhing on the ground trying to breathe. Then, he pulls the ski goggles off. And to Jessica's surprise, and not so much her father's, they see Lynn lying on the ground, tears in her eyes, trying to get the air back into her lungs. Naturally, this was the news of the year, and would you believe it, no one ever saw Lynn at our school again. But a little bird told me that she did serve some jail time, even if it was just juvie. I met a guy through Tinder back in Chicago. He's the reason that I stopped using Tinder and never plan on using it again in the near future. He was incredibly handsome, with a shining, beautiful smile. We met and spent the afternoon walking by Lake Michigan, talking, having a good time. From our conversation, he was extremely interested in philosophy, but the sort of hippie type of philosophy, and also seemed to genuinely believe in conspiracies and all that stuff. He quoted stuff that I'd never heard before in my life and told me that he's read tons of books on that and encouraged me to read those and watch those about that too. Honestly, I can't recall what that even was. It happened a long time ago, and it was not mainstream and sort of gothic. Also, I got to learn that he was unemployed because he left school. His family is apparently very wealthy. His dad, a lawyer, and he was talking about him, how he really wanted him to go back to school and get a decent job, but he refused. Eventually, he took me home, and when we got home, he kissed me, and it was one of the most mesmerizing kisses ever, just as the light outside started to fade away. The next day, that kiss stayed with me, and I wanted to meet him again. I waited 2 days with no messages when I decided to message him myself, and this is how it went. "Hey, how are you? What are you up to?" After a while. "I'm busy. I'm not in a good mood." "Oh, I'm sorry. Is everything okay?" "No, nothing's okay. I can't tell you, though. You'll think I'm weird." "I hope it'll get better. No, I won't think you're weird. Just tell me." Boy, was I wrong. "I'm planning to kill my mom." What the fuck? That was like someone throwing a bucket of cold water in my face. My legs got weak. I started to feel fear closing in. I tried to regain my composure, and then, me panicking. "Please tell me you're joking." "No, I'm not. I even wrote down how I would proceed to kill her. I would strangle her, how I would make it seem like it's not me who did it." "Did she do something to you?" "No, I just feel this uncontrollable hatred towards her." "Please, please don't do it." "Yeah, I probably won't. I'm mentally unstable. I've had these thoughts before, and I just made plans and didn't follow through. Maybe this time it'll be the same. I just can't push these thoughts away." "Yeah, please just calm down, take a walk outside. Just don't be at home." He stopped responding. I didn't report this to the police. I was a foreigner in the U.S., and Honestly, wasn't sure if this was enough grounds to report anything to the police. I just sat in my apartment all day, being scared and nervous. Then the next day, he messaged me. "Hey, I got over it. Nothing happened. Do you want to hang out?" Needless to say, I couldn't run away from that faster. Really unfortunate. He had everything going for him. Smart, handsome, coming from an upper-class family. He was even going to La Jolla University before dropping out. But mental instability and illness takes everything away from you. I really hope the best for all of them. It was supposed to be just a game. Me and my 9-year-old brother had spent the evening running through the neighborhood, playing ding-dong ditch like we'd done many times before. The thrill of ringing a stranger's doorbell and running away before they could catch us, it was enough to keep us giggling all night. It was harmless fun, until it wasn't. We picked a house that looked perfect, car in the driveway, dimly lit. I dared my brother to ring the bell, and with a mischievous grin, he darted up to the door. He pressed the button, and we both took off running. But just as we turned the corner, the door flew open, much faster than we'd expected. I glanced back only for a split second, just long enough to see a man standing in the doorway. He was tall and shadowy, but I didn't think much of it. We'd always gotten away before. I ran and found a spot to hide behind a nearby bush, crouching low, trying to keep quiet. My heart was pounding, but in a fun way. I was expecting my brother to come giggling up beside me any second, but seconds had passed, then minutes, and there was nothing, no sign of him. At first, I figured that he was just trying to scare me. It would be like him to turn a game on me and hide, waiting for me to freak out. I waited a little longer, peeking around the corner to see if he was nearby, but the street was eerily quiet. That's when the unease started to creep in. Something wasn't right. 5 minutes had passed and my brother still hadn't shown up. Panic was now building inside of me, and I kept trying to convince myself that it was just a joke. He was playing a prank on me. But then I remembered the man, the one who had opened the door just as we ran. I hadn't seen him clearly as I wasn't as close, but I remembered the look in his eyes, the way that he moved with purpose. And suddenly, a horrible thought hit me. What if he'd caught my brother? I stood up and ran back to the house where it all started. The door was closed and the house seemed silent. I looked around frantically, calling my brother's name in a shaky voice. There was no answer. The street that was once familiar now felt sinister. Every shadow seemed to scare me. I screamed his name, louder this time, but all I got in return was the echo of my own voice. My legs felt weak, and dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Something had happened, something terrible. I turned and bolted for home. My breath was becoming short gasps. As I ran, the only thing I could think about was the man who had opened the door. What had he done with my brother? Bursting through the door at home, I screamed for my dad. My words were jumbled and panicked. Dad, he's gone. I was barely making sense, but somehow he understood the terror in my voice. He got those words. My father, still in his pajamas and my mother's kitchen slippers, didn't even pause to ask questions. He just ran out of the house. Kicking the slippers off, he was barefoot, clutching his phone in one hand as he dialed the police. The minutes that followed felt like hours. My dad ran down the street, shouting my brother's name while I stood frozen, waiting for any news. The police arrived, and the street that was quiet moments before was suddenly filled with flashing lights and the sound of radios crackling. And then, after what felt like forever, one of the officers found him, my brother. He'd been taken by the man who'd grabbed him at the door, but by some miracle, they got to him in time. He was shaken, but he was alive. That night changed everything. What started as a game became a nightmare, one that still haunts me and my brother. The memory of that man opening the door, the moment I realized my brother wasn't coming back on his own, those are things that I'll never forget. What if I hadn't gone home? What if I hadn't called for help? It's just a reminder that sometimes the things that we think are harmless can turn dark in the blink of an eye. And it's lucky that we didn't both approach the door like we usually would. In the 90s, I waited tables at a popular seafood restaurant. One day, my boss hired a new busboy named, swear to God, Petroni. Everyone called him Roni. Roni was from Chicago and was really a decent guy. He moved to our town because of a girl, and he'd got dumped 6 weeks later. Kind of a cliche story. But he was only 23. He didn't know better yet. He came into the restaurant just wanting to make enough money for a plane ticket home. He was only supposed to be there for a few weeks, tops. Then he met Trinity, a 44-year-old woman with a heavy drug addiction and a history of violence. Somehow they hit it off, and the next thing you know, Roni isn't in such a rush to get home. Suddenly, it's a year later, and they're living in a shotgun house downtown. Roni went from being a pothead to doing all the hard stuff with Trinity. They had to deal on the side just to support their habit, and they were always getting their lights turned off for not paying their bills. For a while, Ronnie's parents would send him money, but when they got suspicious about his drug usage, they cut him off. They still offered to buy him a plane ticket, but he couldn't have any more cash. I bought them dog food all the time just to make sure their puppy wasn't starving too. Trinity had been pretty bad off since she started working at the restaurant. We'd never seen a healthy version of her, but it was incredibly sad to watch Roni waste away, knowing how healthy and vibrant he'd been just a year before. Eventually, the inevitable happened. He got stabbed and told the police that it was a random mugging, but we always wondered if Trinity had stabbed him or if it was over a drug deal. No one was ever arrested, no surprise there. Thankfully, he survived, but he lost his gallbladder. That was the wake-up call he needed to go home. He flew back to Chicago as soon as he was well enough to travel, and we never heard from him again. No social media back then. In 2010, Trinity's body was found in a ditch. Her clothes were removed, and she'd been strangled. She was still working for the restaurant at the time, and a mutual friend told me that the police didn't come down to question any of them. When they asked about the investigation, they were told not to get their hopes up. Trinity was well known and greatly disliked by the police, so they never even put effort into finding her killer. When I was 20, my parents, who had divorced but were now living together, asked me to go on a weekend trip with them. I was amazed that my father would even ask. We weren't close. I barely spoke to him. He'd been physically abusive to my mom and my siblings, and especially me, my whole life. I ran away from home at 13, married at 16, so that I'd never be under his thumb again. Yet suddenly he wants to be cozy. My mom was sweet, but a weak woman. She never knew when to get out. This invitation came on the weekend of my 20th birthday. My dad was insistent that I go. I came up with all sorts of excuses. I had to work. My husband had to work. Dad was fine with the latter excuse. Said that just the three of us would be great. I knew that it was a rotten idea from the beginning. He'd get drunk, they'd fight. I'd be referee. No way. The more he pushed the idea, the worse I felt about it. I just knew something was wrong. I finally just said that there was no way that I'd go. We'd already made plans for my birthday party with friends, so they went alone. 2 days later, on my 20th birthday, the state police came to tell me that my parents were dead. My father had killed my mother, and then taken his own life. From a note that he had left, It was quite clear why he was so adamant that I come along. My instincts that day told me the trip was a bad idea. And yes, I was right. I told my mom after the divorce to never let him back into her life, but she always thought that he would change. Now I'm happily married to the love of my life, with an amazing grown son and grandchildren. I've had a lovely, full life filled with great times. Unfortunately, my siblings are all gone after failed marriages, drugs, and alcohol. They chose to be victims, spend their lives blaming our parents for all that's gone wrong in life. Where I chose to learn and never make the mistakes that they did. Not sure if I'm editing this in the correct manner to add an afterthought, but here goes anyway. I'm surprised by the number of views and upvotes. Personally, I didn't think anyone would even care. I mean, it happened so long ago, and as the only survivor, I'm long over the whole thing, I guess. But at times, I do wonder if others out there experience the double murder or murder-suicide of parents and also survived relatively unscathed, or if because of the abuse I'm simply detached from the situation. Just something that I think about. One night when I was about 15, I was babysitting for my friend who had gone out to the bar. I babysat for her all the time. My friend and her friend came home, my friend with her boyfriend, and her friend with some man that she'd met at the bar. My friend would usually have her boyfriend run me home as I only lived a block away, but that night he'd been drinking, so the other guy said that he would run me home. My friend absolutely refused and was adamant about it. Even though she was drinking herself, she insisted on taking me home, and she did so. Later that night, the guy whom my friend's friend had brought home left my friend's house, went to two of my classmates' residence, and murdered them both. He was a Marine stationed in my town, and now sits in prison for his crimes. I asked my friend why she so adamantly refused to allow him to drive me home. She said it was just a gut instinct. I firmly believe her gut instinct saved my life. If he'd have been allowed to take me home, I know that I would have been the one cut up and murdered that night. My name is Erica. When I was 16, I was led away from my friends at a music festival. The man leading me had presented himself as security. The reflective yellow mesh vest he was wearing had the word security written on the back. He also had a walkie-talkie attached to the vest that had beeped a few times, and he spoke into it. In retrospect, I don't believe that walkie-talkie was even transmitting a signal, because there was never anyone on the other end talking back. But hindsight's always 20/20. You have lots of time to think about things after they've already happened. Summer 2007, me and two of my friends got tickets to the Vans Warped Tour in Darien, New York. We got there just as the sun was coming up, but we still weren't even close to being at the front of the line. It was supposed to be an overcast day, but the sun managed to avoid all the clouds, making very little shade for anyone to seek cover in. We were sunburned by 10 and still had an hour to wait until the gates were open. Then, out of nowhere, I'm approached by a guy, mid-40s I'd say, balding with wispy hair at the top, no tattoos or piercings. He was a big, tall, beer belly guy. If he hadn't have been wearing the yellow mesh security vest that barely fit around his shoulders, he could have been easily mistaken for just a regular festival attendee. He was slowly walking down from the front of the line. My friend Jesse noticed him making his way closer to us and thought that he'd be checking our tickets. At least that's what it looked like he was doing when he'd occasionally stop and talk to a random group of people in line. That was another thing that I should have been a little more suspicious about. The man in the yellow vest wasn't stopping for everyone. Sure enough, though, as he walked by us, I made eye contact with him and he slowed to a stop. Then he spun around and said, "Tickets, please? Can I see your tickets?" This was all of our first times going to Warped Tour. we didn't know this wasn't part of the experience. After we presented them, he says, "Oh, hold on," then steps away a few feet and talks into his walkie-talkie. When he's done talking, he strolls back to us. What if he thought our tickets were fake? We didn't know why he'd approach us a second time until he pointed his finger out to me and said, "One of the guys in All Time Low wants me to bring you backstage." I was caught off guard, but instantly blinded by wanting to believe it was true. Blinded enough to walk away from my friends with an older man wearing a yellow vest. The first question I asked was, "Can my friends come with?" But the man said something like, "There'd be 1,000,000 people backstage if everyone brought their group of friends along. I can only take you." Turning to both of them, they wholeheartedly encouraged me to go, both of them still hugging on to each other with shocked excitement for me. We made a plan to stay in touch via text and to meet back up later when they were inside the gates. I followed the yellow vest towards the entrance to Darien Lake Fields. As we got closer to the tall chain-link fences that separated out from in, we veered to the right and began walking the perimeter of the fence. Of course, we wouldn't be going through the main gates by the Ferris wheel. I was probably being led to an entrance that was closed off to the public. From behind the tarp-covered fences, I can hear instruments ring out as distant sound checks take place, but it never grows louder. Turning around, I saw how far away we were by the top of the roller coaster, distant in the landscape behind me. We walked far enough from the fairgrounds that I decided to finally ask where we were going. Now, in a large, dusty parking lot, the man turns and says, "We're going to their tour bus. It's only a bit further." I take out my phone to text Jesse an update as to where I am and what I'm doing. But before I can slide my lock screen open, he grabs my phone from me and tells me cell phones aren't allowed while doing a meet and greet. Well, I'd never been to a meet and greet before. I guess he knew. I froze when he took my phone, but I didn't say anything. It wasn't that I trusted him. Something in my gut told me this was wrong, but I already had come so far from the crowd, from my friends, far from help, that I didn't know what to do. I was 16, naive, and completely unprepared for the kind of danger I was in. We kept walking, my heart pounding faster now. The sounds of the festival faded behind us until it was just the two of us, alone in this dusty parking lot. I glanced around, hoping to see someone, anyone, but the lot was nearly empty. Only one car was parked off to the side, a beaten-up sedan that looked abandoned. I felt a chill run down my spine. This wasn't right. There was no bus. I slowed my pace, trying to come up with an excuse to turn back, but he noticed immediately. "Come on, it's just up here," he said, pointing towards the far end of the lot, but I didn't move. I couldn't. Every instinct was screaming for me to get out of there. I think I should go back," I stammered, turning around, ready to bolt. Before I could even take a step, his hand clamped down on my arm, hard. "No, you're coming with me," he growled. And in an instant, he was pulling me off the path towards a dumpster at the edge of the lot. Panic was all that flooded my mind. I started kicking, thrashing, anything to get free. But he was strong, much stronger than me. My feet barely touched the ground as he dragged me, his grip like a vice on my arm. I screamed, loud and piercing, hoping someone, anyone, would hear me. But the festival was so far away, and the lot was too empty. He shoved me behind the dumpster, pressing me against the cold metal. I could feel my heart racing, blood pounding in my ears. I screamed again, but his hand moved to my throat, cutting off my air. My vision blurred, spots dancing in front of my eyes. I clawed at his arm, digging my nails into his skin, but he didn't even flinch. Just as the darkness started to close in, he loosened his grip for a moment, and I gasped, sucking in air. I managed one more scream before he slammed me against the dumpster, the back of my head cracking against the metal. Pain shot through my skull, and I felt something warm trickle down the back of my neck. I thought I might be bleeding. Then, out of nowhere, a loud crack echoed through the lot. The man's grip on me slackened, and he slumped to the ground. I blinked, trying to focus. Saw a group of guys standing there, one of them holding a skateboard like a weapon. He must have hit my attacker over the head. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, his voice urgent but kind. I could barely nod, still in shock and in pain. The man who had grabbed me was lying unconscious near the dumpster, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. I guess he was alive. One of the guys stayed with him, pulling out his phone to call the cops. The others gathered around me, guiding me away from the scene. "We saw what happened," one of them explained as we walked. "We were just hanging out, smoking a blunt in the car, and we noticed the security guy dragging you. At first we didn't know what to do, 'cause smoking pot, but we saw him choke you. We knew we had to do something." And thank God they did. They led me back towards the festival, towards safety. Their voices were a mix of concern and adrenaline, their immature nature only tempered by the reality of what had just happened. They were still kids, really, just like me, but they saved me. They might have just saved my life, I told them. By the time we reached the security and medical tent, I was shaking, tears streaming down my face. The staff rushed to my side, taking over from the guys who had rescued me. As I was being checked over, one of the festival's actual security guards arrived, questioning me about what had happened. The police came shortly after, and they took my statement, assuring me that the man who had attacked me would be dealt with and that I was safe now. But the terror of those moments in the parking lot, they stayed with me long after their visit. Thankfully, I just had to give a statement, and my rescuers also gave a statement. They were witnesses, and I never had to see that guy again, thankfully. But I know he was dealt with. It's hard not to get caught up thinking about the negative and traumatic pieces of the story. Trust me, I know. But that day, a group of strangers made a choice to act when they saw something wrong. Their quick thinking and courage saved me from a situation that could have ended very differently. So I share this story as a bit of a warning, a reminder that in public places like concerts where you can feel safe, surrounded by people and music, it's important to stay aware of your surroundings, trust your instincts, stick close to your friends, and never let your guard down, no matter how innocent or spectacular a situation might seem. It was 1987, and I hadn't been back to my hometown in years. I didn't plan on staying long, just a quick visit with my parents, maybe take a drive through the old streets, head back to the city. The place felt smaller than I remembered, like it had shrunk in my absence. That night, I decided to stop by the local bar. I don't even know why. Maybe I was chasing some old feeling, trying to reconnect with something I'd left behind or someone. The second I walked in, the smell hit me. Stale beer, cigarette smoke, and a tinge of mildew. Some things never change. I wasn't expecting to see anyone I knew, not really. But there she was, sitting at the bar. Heather. She looked almost the same, maybe a little more worn. Like the years hadn't been as kind to her as they'd been to me. "Melissa? Is that you?" she said, eyes wide as she looked over at me. I smiled, sliding onto the stool next to her. "In the flesh. How long's it been?" 7 years, she said, pulling me in for a quick hug. "God, it's so good to see you. What have you been up to?" We fell into easy conversation, reminiscing about high school, old friends, the usual small talk. It was almost comforting, like stepping back in time for a little while. But then her face changed. Her smile faltered. Her eyes took on this strange look, like she was about to tell me something I didn't want to hear. "Hey,
You remember Kyle? She asked, her voice careful, almost too careful. I felt something tighten in my chest at the name. Kyle. Of course I remembered him. He'd been my high school boyfriend for a few months. Quite a few months. Quiet, kind of awkward, but sweet. I hadn't thought about him in years. Yeah, I said slowly. I remember him. Why? Heather leaned in, her voice dropping. You didn't hear about him? I shook my head. No, what happened? She glanced around like she didn't want anyone else to overhear. Kyle, he's in prison, Melissa. He killed 3 women, strangled them, dumped their bodies in the woods outside of town. They caught him in '82. How did you not hear about this? I felt the room tilt, my head spinning. Kyle? My Kyle? I hadn't stayed in touch with anyone after I left. How could I have known? I tried to swallow, but my throat had gone totally dry. What do you mean, killed? You're joking, right? Heather shook her head, her eyes wide. It was all over the news. They said that the first girl that he killed was right after the 2 of you broke up. And the other 2, they looked like you. I felt like someone had just taken out my knees. My glass slipped from my hand, shattered on the floor. But I barely noticed. My mind was sort of spinning, flashing memories flooding in, late-night drives with Kyle, the way he'd sometimes stare at me a little too long, his grip just a little too tight. I'd write it off as teenagers being teenagers, but now it felt like something much darker. I stood up on shaky legs, the walls of the bar suddenly too close, too suffocating. I needed to get out. Heather's voice was distant, muffled. Melissa, are you okay? I barely heard her as I stumbled outside. The cool night air slapped me in the face. I leaned against the brick wall, trying to catch my breath, but it felt like there wasn't enough air in the world. Kyle, the shy, quiet boy I once dated, had become a monster. And the worst part, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd barely escaped him. As I stood there, trembling in the dark, a cold thought gripped me. Somewhere, locked away in a prison cell, was Kyle, and I couldn't help but wonder if he still thought about me, if I was the one that got away. I had a curse put on me over some dumb stuff. I accidentally offended a girl I was taking out on a date, and she went crazy on me like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One minute she's this fine, put-together woman speaking to me in a cute, mousy voice. The next moment she transforms into some psycho, Louisiana voodoo, deep-growling lunatic. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head like the Undertaker, and she was spitting while jabbering some crazy stuff at me. She was acting way out of pocket, so I was like, what are you doing? And she says, curse on you, and pushes me out of her apartment. I understand why she got upset, but I think she was overreacting by putting a curse on me. Especially since things started happening, and they still do to this day. It's been around 10 years now, and I'm still feeling burdened by this curse. How long can a curse last? Do I need to find this girl on social media, ask her to reverse it? I'm only writing this right now because I felt the effects of the curse again today. At least I think that's what it was. I don't tell anyone I'm cursed, but I've been making mental and physical notes about incidents so absurd that they had to be from the curse. There's also been a pattern of turquoise-colored items being directly involved. So much so that I instinctively avoid turquoise-colored objects now, associating them with bad luck. A little while ago, my bro Lotto was over. We were smoking on my back deck. I didn't have a lighter on me, so he handed me his. It was a palm-to-palm transaction. I didn't see the color of the lighter before my thumb sparked it up.
It took 3 flicks, and then the lighter exploded in my hand like a stick of dynamite, burning a decent portion of my palm. I've never had a lighter explode in my hand before. The pieces that weren't charred were neon turquoise. I'm typing this with my right hand wrapped up in gauze and duct tape, basically whatever I could find around the house. Lotto said I should go to the emergency room, and if the pain gets worse, I think I might need to take myself there tonight. So yeah, a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand a few hours ago. But a few months back, I was at the bank applying for a loan. The second I saw the woman that I was talking to was wearing a turquoise blouse, I knew I wasn't getting that loan. Let's rewind a bit. The next day after I was cursed, I tried to brush it off, but it was pretty fresh in my mind. I went about my day cautiously, playing it safe, looking both ways before crossing the street, making sure no buses were coming to catch me slipping. But with all my focus on my surroundings, I failed to notice the shady behavior of a young man in the courtyard of my apartment complex. I was walking back from the corner store thinking I was home free, when out of nowhere, this dude in a Charlotte Hornets jersey, who I'd never seen before, pulls out a gun and says, "Run them pockets." My arms were weighed down by grocery bags, so I had to stand there and let him rob me, pulling out my phone and wallet with his cheap gun waving in my face. He ran off, and that same day, I was riding my bike around, looking for him. I had a blade and just needed to get the jump on him before he could get his gun ready. As I passed between buildings, scanning alleyways, I felt my adrenaline pumping. Then, I made eye contact with someone coming towards me down the alley. I had full control of the situation, or so I thought. It wasn't the assailant. It was a scared Asian man behind the wheel of a taxi. His car had yellow sides, but the hood that I was about to get wiped by was turquoise. A replacement hood, I guess. I rolled across the hood and couldn't help but notice the reoccurring turquoise theme. The guy was more pissed off than concerned about my well-being. And he was right. I wasn't in the bike lane. I had to drag my wrecked bike home with 2 bent wheels. It was unsalvageable. My mom made me throw it out anyway. I never saw that dude in the Hornets jersey again. A few weeks later, I started seeing this girl, Tammy. One day, I climbed through her window like some Romeo stuff. Her parents were asleep down the hall, so we had to be quiet. We're making out, moving towards her bed, when I noticed this weird bird cage in the corner. It housed 3 turquoise parakeets. As we got closer to the bed, those birds started banging their beaks on the cage like prisoners tapping on bars. The more noise they made, the more Tammy freaked out, saying, "They've never done this before. What's wrong with them?" I could tell the mood was killed, so I started slowly backing toward the window. The birds were losing it. Tammy, for some reason, unlocked the cage. And when she did, those 3 parakeets flew at me like bats out of hell. They landed on me, pecking and flapping like I stole their eggs. Tammy started screaming, and I was swatting at these crazy birds trying to get the window open again. I knocked one against the wall, not really on purpose, and Tammy saw it. She completely lost it then. The lights came on, and her dad was standing in the doorway. Before I knew it, he had me in a big bear hug, dragging me out of her room, down the stairs, and out the front door. He dropped me at the end of the property and said, "You cross this line again, you're dead." I had to walk home that night with 1 shoe. Fast forward a few years later, the grocery store that I'd shopped at started using turquoise plastic bags for a promotion. I was horrified, but I bit my lip and told myself it's just a color. On my way to the car, a runaway shopping cart full of groceries smashed into my car's taillight. And of course, that cart belonged to an old man who couldn't afford to fix the damage. So I had to shove the broken taillight back into place and drive home. I never went back to that store again, though. There's more, but I'll skip to the most recent events before today. I was babysitting my nephew, Davion, who's hyperactive. I was cooking breakfast when SpongeBob came on. He screamed the theme song, then sat quietly watching the show. But then, his whole body stiffened up, and it looked like he was having a seizure. I dropped everything and ran over. As I touched him, I got a massive electric shock that locked me up. Thankfully, I'd grabbed his shirt, and when I fell, I pulled him off the outlet. Paramedics arrived, and Davian made it through okay. But when I investigated what had happened, I found my pocket knife stuck in the outlet, along with a puddle of spilled water. Turns out Davian had knocked his cup over while sticking the metal nail file into the socket. And yes, there was a turquoise character flashing on the screen when it all happened. Now, here I am, hours after a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand. The burn on my palm is killing me, and I think I'm going to go get it checked out, but seriously, this can't be a coincidence, right? How do I get rid of a curse? And can I do it without contacting this girl? She scares me, obviously. Well, thanks for the no help on breaking the curse. Most people just asked what I did to deserve it. At least we can agree I'm cursed. So, here's the story. I met this girl while hustling demos at the mall. She'd just moved into town for college, and it just so happened to be the same college that I was pretending to attend. She was struggling with calculus, so I offered to tutor her. We exchanged numbers, and I played it cool for a few days before hitting her up. It was her birthday next week, and she didn't know anyone in town yet except her cousin, but I didn't know that. I figured she wouldn't have any birthday plans, so I bought a pizza, a 2-liter of Pepsi, and a slice of cake from the corner store. On my way to her place, I passed by a memorial for a kid who had gotten hit by a stray bullet. The memorial was covered in flowers, stuffed bears, balloons, all that stuff. I got the bright idea to grab a few flowers, maybe a balloon, for her birthday. When I got to her place, she was into me, happy to see me even. But then she saw the flowers, and I got to see that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing start to happen. Instead of taking them, her expression changed. She wasn't smiling. And she starts going crazy, demanding to know where I got those flowers. I tell her I picked them up at the store, but she calls me a disgusting liar. She tells me that she put those flowers on her cousin's memorial just this morning, and that she knows I'm lying. She escalated, so I doubled down, telling her that we must have gotten them from the same store. But, of course, I was made aware that her flowers came from a small garden, one that her cousin had kept in the backyard. And that's when she tells me that I have no soul, that I'm the equivalent of human garbage. And then her eyes rolled back into the back of her head, like I mentioned. And she cursed me. She took things too far, right? Now here I am, a decade later, still feeling the residual effects of an impulsive decision made by an immature person. How do I break this curse? I cannot be this screwed for the rest of my life. I service fire equipment, so I drive a box truck and cover parts of Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, Maryland, West Virginia. I was in rural Northwest Pennsylvania, returning from a service call and heading towards the interstate to go home. On my way to this customer, I saw a small pickup truck on the interstate whose right rear tire was steadily deflating. A mile or so before my exit, they pulled off to the side. I didn't stop to see if they needed help, and I felt a little bad about it. As I drove down this dark, twisty road, I passed a Dodge Durango pulled over into a barn driveway. There was a person lying on the ground behind it, struggling with something. It looked like a guy was trying to change a tire or get a spare out from under the Durango. Remembering the pickup from earlier, I decided to turn around and see if he needed some help. I pulled into the first driveway I saw, about a fourth a mile down the road, turned around and headed back. Halfway back, the Durango passed me, going the direction I had originally been headed. I got back to where I had seen the Durango, planning to turn around again, but as I swung into the driveway, My headlights caught a figure lying motionless in the snow. I stopped and jumped out just as the figure sat up. It was a woman, maybe in her 40s, in a thin, torn black skirt and top. Her hair was messy. Her eyes were starting to swell. She had red marks on her throat, and her lip was bleeding. I helped her up, got her into my truck, cranked up the heat. I'd taken my jacket off, so I gave it to her, and she covered her arms and torso. She didn't want to say anything. Her throat was sore, and she was badly frightened. I called 911, and they dispatched a police car. I gave her a bottle of water, and she whispered, "Thank you," then sat with her head bowed and her eyes closed. It took about 15 minutes for the police car to get there, and she stayed silent. As the car pulled in, she said mostly to herself, "He's gonna arrest me." The trooper walked up and motioned me to exit, asked her if she needed an ambulance. She declined, then asked me what had happened. I explained what I'd seen. He wrote everything down, then talked to her for a few minutes. He helped her out of the truck and into his car. She quietly thanked me for coming back because she thought that guy meant to kill her. As far as I know, she wasn't arrested. She was pretty beaten up, and the trooper spoke and handled her as if she were a victim of the assault. It was almost certainly a transaction, sex or drugs, that had gone very badly, which is why I think she believed she would be arrested. I never found out what happened. I watched the news outlets for that area for a while, but never found anything. I've decided to share why I don't do dating apps. I tried Bumble last year because I like the sound of the girls having to text the guys first. I think a lot of us do. I eventually began talking to a guy named Zach, and by the third week, he was the only one that I was talking to. We sent each other TikToks, watched the same movies at the same time, and had lots in common. But anytime I brought up FaceTiming, he had an excuse not to. If I was going to give online dating a try, I was going to do it right. I wanted proof that the person I was talking to actually existed. My friend once got to know a 25-year-old yoga instructor only to meet a 40-year-old tax assessor on the first date. I was determined not to share her fate, but mine turned out a bit worse. The more he pushed it off, the more suspicious I got. Finally, I threatened to block him if he didn't prove that he was who he said he was. I really expected him to either block me first or agree to FaceTime, but there was actually an unforeseen third option. 10 minutes later, I was informed that all of my social media passwords had been changed, and if I ever wanted to access them again, I should play nice. Obviously, I checked before responding. All of my apps were logged out, and my passwords weren't working. All of the messages and pictures that he had access to were flashing through my brain, and I wanted to crawl under my bed and die. He even sent me a few I'd forgotten about. He called me a whore, a narcissist, pretty much every derogatory name in the book. He asked me questions like, "Do you pose like that for every guy or just the ones who buy you dinner first?" If I didn't respond, he threatened to post the pictures. Up to this point, I thought he had only hacked my profiles and a couple of my apps, but it was so much worse than that. The whole time I was dealing with him, I was also texting my best friend, completely freaking out. I asked her to come over and Zach immediately messaged, "I don't know why you're bothering with Ashley. She can't do shit." He had hacked my actual phone. My first instinct was to turn it off, but then I realized that Zach also had my address, and that terrified me on a whole new level. I continued taking his abuse until Ashley arrived. I hadn't texted her again. I waited to tell her the newest revelation in person. Before I could finish explaining, she ripped the phone from my hands, turned it off, and reminded me that if he hacked into the phone, he had access to the camera and microphone. I would rather have all of my pictures posted than give that creeper another second's worth of footage. I tend to talk to myself about anything and everything, so he already had plenty. I'm sure he was getting off on my panic. Zach, if that's even his real name, was true to his word. My socials were flooded with my private messages, and I died internally. But mostly, I was afraid. He still had my address. Ashley went with me to get a new phone. I had to get a new Apple ID and spend the rest of my day apologizing to my friends and family for the images they were subjected to. Most everyone was very supportive to my face, so that was something. The police were worthless, no surprise there around here. I couldn't stay in my apartment alone, so I packed a bag and stayed with Ashley for a few days. Thank goodness I didn't save my friends' addresses. When I finally was brave enough to return home, my neighbor came out to tell me that a man named Zach had been looking for me the night before. I packed new clothes and went straight back to Ashley's. When I left work a few days later, a blue Accord followed me for a full 45 minutes before finally going a different direction. That could have been a coincidence for the first half of the trip, but I purposely drove in circles at the end, and the car stayed with me for 2 full rotations. I drove around an additional half hour before returning to Ashley's, just to be safe. I didn't want to put my friend in danger, so I went home the next day. When I got there, I had a bouquet of roses leaning against my door. The card said, "I'll never give up on us." I called my parents and told them everything. An hour later, my dad was at my apartment with a suitcase and his 45. The following week, I got a new job, and the week after that, a new apartment. I never saw the blue Accord or heard from Zach again, and it's been a little over a year now. I definitely haven't tried online dating since, but if that's something you're going to do, please be careful what links you click.
When I was a sophomore in high school, I fell into a puppy love-like relationship with a quiet, shy guy. He wasn't the kind of boy to stand out in a crowd, always hanging back, his gaze down, as if the world around him was just too loud. We went to the football homecoming dance together, part of a double date, and that night left an impression on me for more reasons than just the event. Throughout the evening, he kept putting his hands on me, casually at first, the normal level, but there was this persistence behind it. He wasn't violent or angry, and I never felt afraid, but he just wouldn't stop. Every time I tried to pull away or say no, he acted like he didn't hear me, like his actions were innocent enough to ignore any boundaries. At the time, I brushed it off as teenage awkwardness. After all, what's high school without a little clumsiness? 4 years later, that same shy boy, now a man, went home from work one day and murdered his mother. He stabbed her over 40 times with a butcher knife, a long blade, relentless in his attack. When it was done, he calmly called the police, told them exactly what he had done, and sat on the front steps of her house, waiting for them to arrive. I remember hearing about it through mutual friends, the shock of it not fully sinking in at first. What could have led him to do something so horrifying? He had been charged and convicted, though I never followed up on the details of his sentencing. It was hard to reconcile the boy I once knew with the man capable of such brutality. At a high school reunion, I learned that he'd been released from a mental health facility or prison. No one seemed to know the exact circumstances. He was now homeless, wandering without direction or support. It was a strange thing to hear, like a ghost from the past had surfaced, but no longer resembled anything close to the boy I remembered. Maybe 6 or 7 years after that, the news broke that he had killed again. This time, a fellow homeless man. He was charged, convicted, and sentenced, this time with many years of confinement ahead of him. I saw his mugshot, and it was like staring into the face of someone hollowed out by life. The shyness was gone, replaced by something cold and broken. A few years ago, my curiosity got the better of me, and I Googled him. I wasn't expecting much, just a faded news article maybe, but what I found hit me like a punch to the gut. He had murdered again, this time a fellow inmate in prison. My puppy love had become a serial killer.